One in tonight. Zach Britton doesn't care much about the weather. He wants a win, and he hopes the night will look like this. It's the Orioles on Masson, and welcome to Camden Yards. And it actually looks like we're going to play baseball. After a rain out in Boston last night, right now it is a gorgeous evening as the Yankees and the Orioles will open up a very short 2-game set. The Orioles have an 8-game homestand that begins here tonight. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne for the Orioles. They have won 5 of their last 7 ball games, but they have not beaten the Yankees. They are 0-4 this year against New York. On the mound tonight to turn that around is Zach Britton. What a start for this 23-year-old left-hander. 5-2 with a great ERAs among the top 10 in earned run average. You can see the opponent batting average. He's in the top 10 in that department, too. He doesn't walk many, and he doesn't strike out many. He lets the D work behind him. And Mike Flanagan, 1 run or less in 5 of 8 starts.
He has really been amazing. He has been on really since spring training. He pitched a couple of times against the Yankees in the spring and did extremely well against them. But he doesn't really do anything wrong. He can field his position. He can hold runners. He keeps them close. Doesn't walk people. Doesn't throw the home run ball and get the grounder, it seems like, at will. I mean, he's been terrific, and I don't see any reason to think he's not going to continue.
All right. We wanted to take a special moment here to recognize the passing of Harmon Killebrew. One of the game's not only great players, but one of the game's great people. There are the numbers for him in his career: 8 40 home run seasons, 9 seasons, 100 RBI, the 69 American League MVP, all of that part of the Hall of Fame wall. His home run ranking, that's at the time that he entered the Hall of Fame. Harmon Killebrew was remembered by James Forbes Clark, who is the owner, president of the Hall of Fame. A beacon of light among his fellow Hall of Famers, always enjoying every moment life delivered to his doorstep. So many fond memories of a wonderful baseball hero. We will miss him enormously. Jeff Idelson, who is the Hall of Fame president, said, "It is ironic his nickname was Killer. He was one of the nicest, most generous individuals to ever walk the earth." And David St. Peter, the president of the Minnesota Twins, Harmon's legacy will be the class, dignity, and humility he demonstrated each and every day as a Hall of Fame quality husband, father, friend, teammate, and man. He was one of the nicest people, Mike, that I have ever met in this game.
Yeah, you certainly knew him a little bit better than I did. I met him on a couple of occasions. Proud to be around him. I looked up to him as a kid. I watched him play in Fenway Park when I was very young. Great player, but like you said, a better individual.
Yep, and that's a great credit for him. So the passing of Harmon Killebrew noted. And today, during our ball game, we're also going to recognize a man who is celebrating a birthday. The great Brooks Robinson is 74 years old today. And Brooksy, if you got a tape machine, you might want to turn it on because you're going to get all kinds of great things tonight. Born in 1937, debuted in 55 with the O's, the American League MVP in 1964. In 83, he was elected to the Hall of Fame. The career stats, but of course, it's all about that bottom line. 16 consecutive Gold Gloves, won by maybe the greatest third baseman ever to play the game. And the skipper of the Orioles right now wants to wish you a happy birthday.
Brooks, happy birthday. Come on out here. We need to see you a little bit more, but a real happy birthday to, I think you're a better person than a player from what I've heard through the years, but that tells you how good a person you are. You got a tough act to live up to. And Palmer, you got to get out here and defend yourself against Palmer and Flanagan and some of these guys, okay? But seriously, happy birthday.
I think that's probably true.
It is true. It's exactly true. Brooksy was the best, and certainly he was my third baseman when I got to the big leagues, and I was honored to have him behind me.
Are you ready to go? Happy
ready.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brooksy. Happy birthday to you.
Hall of Famer, a great player, but more important, a great man, and we appreciate the example that you've set for all of us. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Brooksy. Thanks for everything you've done for Baltimore and for the game of baseball.
Mr. Robinson, just want to say happy 74th birthday.
Mark Teixeira, Derek Jeter and company, along with their manager. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Well, let's take a look at our train game time temperature. Who'd have thought? 71 degrees, 73 now. Our game time temperature brought to you by Train. Visit train.com for an independent train comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop a train, and it is a gorgeous evening right now. Let's take a look at the starting lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines for Girardi's Yankees. You see, Jeter's going to DH. Granderson, Teixeira, Rodriguez, Cano, Swisher. Jones will start at left, Nunez at short, and Francisco Cervelli behind the plate. Against the O's this year, another big season for Jeter so far.
Take a look at our scouting report for Zach Britton. It's not Roy. That's a potential rookie of the year. That's just the way I see him. I think he's going to do nothing but get better all summer if he can just stay healthy. Trick or treat. He doesn't have to trick him. His stuff is good enough that he can get you out inside of the strike zone and sinking feeling. And that sinker is working, which it has, seems like every time out. 5 of his 8 starts, he's allowed just 1 run or less. So just amazing, outstanding consistency from the young left-hander.
There are the numbers on the season. That .203 batting average is the 8th lowest in the American League. And as we said, his ERA also in the top 10. He is 8th in earned run average. So he has had a tremendous start for the Orioles. And we are ready to go. The Orioles try and pick up a win against the Yankees, which would certainly help the cause of making a move in the American League East. The Yankees come in 2 games behind Tampa Bay, while the Orioles continue to trail the rest of the pack in the American League East. And Jeter will go after the first pitch, and he's got a base hit. So Derek Jeter continues to put the numbers up against the Orioles this year as he leads it off with a single.
Well, the thing that jumps out at us, remember the last time the Yankees were in town, how quickly they jumped on the starting staffs of the Orioles just in that first inning. Just get on the board quickly, swinging at the first pitch, really taking it to before you can get settled in. And again, young Zach Britton on the mound has not allowed a run in the first inning all year long, so a couple of forces meeting head on here in the first.
These Yankees in the ball games played, the 4 previous games, have outscored the Orioles in the first 2 innings 11-0. 11-0 this year in the first 2 innings. The Orioles have been knocked out of it before, as Mike said, they ever got started. Here is Curtis Granderson batting second. Granderson down to first. There's 1. Now they've got Jeter in a rundown. Flip will be made, and Andino will put the tag on. How about that play? With Luke Scott getting the start at first base, and a real nice play.
Well, I talked about him jumping on the first pitch is Granderson.
Maryland Lottery double play contestant is Mary Fitzpatrick from Bel Air. Every double play the Orioles turn, $1,000 from the Maryland Lottery. You could be a winner too. Go to marylandlottery.com/double play.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the double play, certainly with Zach Britton on the mound. That is the 8th they have already turned.
And here is Mark Teixeira. So a leadoff single, and then the double play, and suddenly the bases are empty and there are 2 down.
Say 2 pitches, 2 outs.
Wow.
I mean, that's the way he defeated. You can see really the same game plan in effect with the Yankees, trying to jump on the first thing straight, take it to the Orioles.
Teixeira's .341 against left-handers on the year. The switch hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery to him, and that'll be a roller towards third base. Runners will cut it off. Wow. In what looked like it might be an inning after the leadoff single, Zach Britton comes back and just shuts him down on 5 pitches. Orioles. Now let's take a look at the starting lineup for the O's, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. P.A. Jones and Markakis, Guerrero, Scott, Wieters, Hardy, Reynolds, and Andino against Bartolo Colon, who's pitching tonight. The numbers for Luke Scott.
Take a look at the scouting report, and it really is against Bartolo Colon. Don't go. Over the last 159 inning, kind of amazingly, no one has stolen a base against him. And looking good. Over half the strikeouts have been called or looking third strikes. Also an indication you're making an outstanding pitch. And maybe not. April was terrific for Colon, and May has not been so good. He's allowed 5 home runs this month.
And Felix P.A. will be the leadoff hitter for the first time this year. P.A. is getting the start in left field. Brian Roberts is out. Did not sleep well last night. Has headaches. So let the doctors take a look, and he's out of the lineup. That is Swisher in right field. He's got it. P.A. is retired. And the skipper talked about Brian Roberts before the game.
Brian came in today with some headaches. They had trouble sleeping, and we'll wait and see. Let the doctor look at him, see what's going on there. It started a little bit after he slid into first base there in Boston, and he came in today with it being an issue. So let's see what the doctor has to say.
Part of our Wired Wednesday, Buck Showalter talking before the game. So Roberts is out. Here's Adam Jones moving into the number 2 spot in the ball game, and a strike from Bartolo Colon.
The radar gun appears to be well rested. That was logged at 101 miles an hour. I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
I think it's just the battery's overcharged.
Yeah. I think that's got to be recalibrated.
Ooh.
Might challenge that in court.
Yeah.
And that's on the outside corner, and right away, Dan Bellino, the home plate umpire, looks like that strike zone's got a little width to it.
Yeah, Adam Jones already looking back behind the plate. And that radar gun last pitch registered 94, so battery was a little overcharged. I don't think he lost 11 miles an hour in those 2 pitches.
2 strike count. They play Jones to right field. 0-2 delivery, and he went back out there and got the call. That's a strike.
This is what we were talking. Yeah, looking good. Over half the strikeouts for Colon this year have been looking, and the reason why, he's been painting that corner. Mostly away to the right-handers. If you're striking out a lot of hitters, a lot of times they're swing and misses, but to do over 50% is called third strikes is really exceptional and rare.
That'll bring up Nick Markakis, who comes in with a 3-game hit streak. Markakis in the number 3 spot for this ball game, so he moved back to the spot where he hit most of last year. Against the Yankees, 5 for 17, a lifetime 303 against New York in 93 games, with 12 homers and 48 RBIs. Against Bartolo Colon, he is 3 for 11. Markakis will take the pitch, and that is a strike. Bartolo Colon makes his 22nd appearance and his 21st start against the Orioles. He has a 10-7 record lifetime against the O's. 0-2 delivery, and Markakis will fight that one off.
Let's take a look at the Yankee defense this evening. Jones will be in left, Granderson in center, Swisher in right field. A-Rod will play third, Nunez at shortstop with Jeter DHing, Cano at second, Teixeira at first, and Francisco Cervelli behind the plate.
Yankees are 12th in defense in the American League. The Orioles are now 5th. Pitch will miss away.
That's what's going on with the Yankees. It's been defensively 28 errors on the year, 21 unearned runs given up by this staff.
That's a lot of runs.
That's a lot of runs.
1-2 on Nick. 245 on the year for him. Bartolo Colon gets the Cervelli sign down low. Granderson moves way over to left field, exactly the opposite positioning for Markakis, the left-handed batter, as they had against Roberts, against Jones, the right-handed batter.
What's amazing is how shallow they're playing in left field and in center field.
They have really given him the gap in that right center field and down the line. Here's the 2-2 delivery, swung on and missed. So Colon, who came in 8th in the league in strikeouts for 9 innings, averaging 8.5, has 2 in the first inning. By Luna. Call today for the Luna Double and get your second room of flooring free. Call 877-241-LUNA. The American League leaders in grounding into double plays. See Torrey Hunter at the top, then Russell Martin of the Yankees, who's out, A-Rod, who's in, Andrus Kendrick, Valencia, and Michael Young. All right, breathe deeply. 2 pitchers in a hurry.
Wow. Here are the totals. Yeah.
Here are the totals. Here is A-Rod, who looks like the bat's coming alive. 2 home runs last night. He only had 1 in the last 21. Against the O's, he's been alive. 7 for 13 with 11 RBIs. Inside by Britton.
Yeah, just amazing numbers compiled by A-Rod. The other one that's astounding is that his lack of success against left-handed hitting this year. 182, no home runs, 1 RBI.
182. That's going to be a base hit. So Rodriguez leads it off, as Jeter did in the first inning. Leadoff man on in the first 2. In case you were wondering, that play that went 3-6-4 in the first inning is a double play. Mary Fitzpatrick from Bel Air, you've won $1,000. You got it in the first inning. And for every double play turned, it's $1,000. You can find out how you can win that and other great prizes. MDLottery.com/double play. Congratulations, Mary.
Yeah, that leadoff hitter keeps getting on. She's going to have a heck of a chance to make a lot of money this evening.
Yes. Britton has retired 70% of leadoff batters coming into this ball game. Here is Robinson Cano.
A lot of first pitch swinging.
Cano with a 3-game hit streak. Will go after the first one and fouls it back. Everybody's in a hurry. Look at Cano's numbers. Last 23 here at Camden Yards. A .510 average. I mean, those are just incredible.
It's softball numbers.
Yeah. I mean, those are phenomenal numbers.
And you look down and you see he's had a relatively quiet month of May. We haven't seen 285. Seems like he's hitting $120.
0-1 count. A-Rod at first base in the dirt. That's going to get by. Rodriguez will head down to second base. That'll be a wild pitch against Zach Britton.
A little bit tougher for the double play. And then they've been doing a lot of first pitch swinging. This one really is just a wild pitch. Weeder's unable to block it and keep it in front.
First wild pitch Britton has had. Zach is making his first start against the Yankees in his career after being washed out last night in what would have been his first start at Fenway. He has had 10 scoreless consecutive innings as he's coming off that tremendous 9-inning no-run 3-hit performance against Seattle, where he was non-decision, where he and Vargas went 9 and neither gave up a run. That one will go to second base. It's bobbled by Andino. He had to hustle it over there and gets the out, but A-Rod will move up. A productive at bat for Cano.
Take a look at the Oriole defense tonight. Felix PA will be out in left field. Adam Jones will man center field. Markakis will play right. Reynolds and Hardy on the left. Andino will play second base tonight. Luke Scott will also play first. Andino a little bit on the heel of the glove. Keeps it in front. Makes you wonder if you could have kept the runner at first base, but another double play. Also Luke Scott at first and Matt Wieters behind the plate.
Andino getting his first start at second base this season. 1 out. Now the infield is going to move in a little bit. They're halfway on the right, a little less than that on the left. And Nick Swisher will take it for a strike. Swisher's had a 1 for 15 against the Orioles so far this year, but if he's going to break out of it, this would be the game. That 218 number is that way because he has done nothing against right-handers. But left-handers, 371. That'll be foul back and a 2-strike count.
Yeah, and the power number is way down for Nick Swisher. Sitting 371 against the left-handers, but not a whole lot of power. No home runs, 5 RBIs.
Trying to get the run in. A-Rod at third base. Zach Britton had come in having retired the last 13 he faced in that Seattle game, but Jeter ended that streak with a single. Down low, Wieters will block it. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Swisher.
And this were early on. Zach Britton will let you know what he thinks his best pitch is. This is a strikeout situation. Get through this. You feel like you can get out of this inning unscathed. Then the Yankees have a losing record against left-handers this year.
1 ball, 2 strike count, 1 down. Infield now moves all the way in. And the delivery will be in the dirt, blocked again by Wieters, and a 2 ball, 2 strike count. A-Rod, of course, does not have to go here. The Yankees are concerned about his hip problem. He's going to have what they're calling just a normal reevaluation of the hip when they get back to New York, but you read between the lines and they're a little concerned. His swing has not been what they think it should be, and the lower body seems to be the problem, and it may be that hip. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Infield stays in. Delivery to Swisher. Ground ball, runner coming, and it'll be fouled off. So if that bat's an indication, Mike, he was going to go on contact.
Yep, leading off, I guess him almost like getting the engines revved up. You can tell by if he's going on contact, because as soon as he make contact, he heading to the plate. If he was to lay back and say make it go through, he'd be in more of an upright position.
Joe Girardi, Yankee manager, who's had himself quite a week with all the Jorge Posada stuff and Jeter in and out of the lineup, trying to right the ship. They got out of a losing streak in the ball game last night against Tampa Bay. Infield stays. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and that will just miss inside. Britton wanted that one, didn't get it, and the count goes to 3-2.
Didn't miss by much. 94. You can see the target and shooting, and it really almost like this guy runs right through the strike zone and out.
Our pitch track sponsored by Papa John's. Order online at papajohns.com. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Buck Showalter can see Matt Wieters' glove, and if he sees it from that dugout angle, looks like if he hits the glove, I want it.
3-2, 1 away. Swisher will take it. He's on. Jeter will stay at A-Rod will stay at third base. So Swisher, who does a lot of that, whether he's hitting or not, gets the walk.
We'll see how they play it now. This is an interesting. See Buck Showalter going over. He's watching the play for 2 up the middle. See the 2 fingers. So a little bit more. Again, playing the odds by playing a little bit deeper here. You cut down those odds with the infielders in. Hitters average would go from 200 to 300 now with back. That average will come back down to normal.
Gardner getting the night off for the Yankees, so Andrew Jones is making the start in left field, the veteran who has not played a lot this season. Only 41 at bats, 9 hits, 1 double, and a couple of home runs. So Jones stands in, hitting .219 against left-handers. Looking for the double play. That is in there for a strike. He has not had an at-bat against the Orioles in the 4 games they've played this year. Infield at double play net. Both runners at first and third. Rodriguez and Swisher taking long looks at the coaches. Make sure they know what they want done here. Britton's 0-1 delivery. That's going to be their first strike on the inside corner.
Take a look at the 0-1 pitch. Again, that a lot of late movement by Zach Britton. Also find it interesting where Robert Andino is playing out at second base. You have Hardy playing back deep in the shortstop hole, and Andino halfway in and close to second.
0-2 the count on Jones. He'll take the pitch outside. There'll be a lot of coaching from the Orioles dugout on the infield tonight, with Luke Scott over there at first base and Andino at second. Willie Randolph will probably have a busy night just trying to make sure these players who haven't had much time in those positions know where they need to be. 1-2 delivery, and it misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
See, very defensive Jones at the plate, but I guess the point I'm trying to make, if it's a ground ball to Hardy at shortstop, they'll be able to turn 2 because Andino's so close to second. But if it's a ground ball to Andino at second, I see no way they can turn a double play.
2 ball, 2 strike count. And he got him on a tailing pitch, a big strikeout.
You see the smile on Adam Jones's face. Straight changeup, first one of the evening. The pitch you're not really looking for. And just screws him into the ground.
Our Volkswagen Expo brought to you by Volkswagen Going Gone event. Great deals are here, not for long. Visit VWDealer.com. Now Eduardo Nunez with Jeter in the DH role, just given a break from being in the field. Nunez gets the start. He's only had one at bat against the Orioles and has gone 0 for 1. He's 1 for 3 against left-handers, 6 for 20 against righties. Nunez will foul it off. This is where Britton or whoever pitches for the Orioles tonight really needs to make hay. Jones, Nunez, and Cervelli at the bottom third of this order. You do not want to be fooling around with the bottom third here. Get them out. And don't waste a lot of pitches doing it.
Yeah, be pitch efficient, and Britton's only thrown 23 pitches so far.
And a 5-pitch first inning. Nunez 0-1. Runners off first and third. That'll be in the air to right field. Andino giving chase, and no play up on the top of the tide. And he's got a 2-strike count. Yankees snap their 6-game losing streak, 6-2 at Tampa Bay. Orioles hope they're catching them a bit on the tired side. They had the Sunday night game, arrived in Tampa Bay very, very, very late early, like 5 o'clock in the morning. And then here last night at 2:30. A-Rod off third, Swisher off first. Pitch will be outside to Nunez on a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
So it's very late, and very, very late is late. We were very late.
So the hope is, you never know. I mean, hey, they're human. So you got to be affected by it at some point, which is why Girardi's made a couple of changes in the lineup here just to try and keep it fresh. 1-2 pitch, that'll be inside. Wieters will stop it. Wieters an active inning here, blocking balls. 2-2.
You know, Zach Britton having the bear down. Already a pretty good lather worked up here in the second inning. And this one has a very quick pace to it. And he's just not willing to get in. I mean, that strikeout of Andrew Jones and breaks out his first changeup of the game in a crucial situation, is able to execute it.
2-ball, 2-strike delivery on the way to Nunez. A ground ball to short. They got to force it second or go to first. Hardy! And a great pick by Scott. That saves a run, as Hardy really had to get that over Nunez with real good speed. It remains scoreless. Brandon Snyder called up to be a backup on the bench, first baseman. There were so many people at first base today, you had to put an order in to get ground balls.
They needed to get a bigger screen over there at first base.
Markakis, Snyder.
Behind that screen, and Luke Scott, and they'll say, yeah, nice play, Luke. Now get back behind the screen.
And Luke has made 2 really good plays at first in this game. Here is Vladimir Guerrero, 3-game hit streak for Vladdy going right now. And in May, look at the big numbers. 346 against New York. 77th game. 300-plus average. And against Bartolo Colon, he's 4 for 9.
Yeah, he's in one of those swing modes, average all the way up to 295.
A big jump. 1-1 will go to short. Nunez. And Guerrero's retired. One away in the second inning. That'll bring up Luke Scott. Luke trying to get out of an 0 for 13 that he is in right now. This has been a very tough month for Luke, but he's had real good numbers against Bartolo Colon. He's 6 for 11 with 2 home runs off Colon.
Yeah, I always like to see how these play out. You have the great track record of an individual player against a pitcher, and then the recent history of being in a slump.
And the pitch is on the inside corner, and that plate's got some width. He's calling it both ways early.
Yeah, and the Oriole dugout is already, involved in this with the strike zone. You could see it early on with Buck Showalter wanting a pitch. I mean, the intensity level of this game is at a very high level early on.
0-1 count. That'll be up in the air, left side. A-Rod, Nunez, and no play right off the front of the stands. You had Jones and Rodriguez, who aren't exactly going to be racehorses. Nunez.
Yeah. He's taking his time and then just kind of. Okay.
Whoa.
Wilbur.
And a 2-strike count on Luke. Both of these pitchers throw a lot of strikes. So as Mike said, we'll see some first ball hitting both sides. And he got that one to the gap in right center. Granderson has got great speed, not going to get there. Scott's on his way to second base, and Luke will go in with a stand-up double, the Orioles' first hit.
So we know who wins the battle of, I guess, the track record recent and the history against the personal pitcher. It looks like it's the history of Luke Scott with Bartolo Colon right on the money. Right to the barrel of the bat. Line drive, clean line drive into left center field. Easy double for Luke Scott. And hitters know that. They know when they have success against a certain pitcher and when they do not. And that makes you feel a little bit better going into the box.
Now the Orioles get a chance to get it on the board. Matt Wieters still #1 in the American League with runners in scoring position. And he's going to continue it. It'll be a base hit. It's not going to get a run in, but it's going to put runners on the corners with one away. And an 8-game hit streak for the Oriole catcher.
Just almost like he knew it was coming. Nice serve. It's like the second serve in tennis. Watch this stroke. Just nice, easy flick. Clean single to left. Made that look too easy.
Now here's a great chance for the Orioles. Hardy coming up, batting in the #7 spot in this game, hitting .302, a couple of home runs, 10 RBI. Runners on at first and third. The Yankees, of course, had double play depth. Hardy's gone 4 for 10 with runners in scoring position, including the grand slam. And we'll take it outside, and a 1-0 count. Each team with a couple of hits. Nobody on the board yet. Bartolo Colon, 3.74 ERA coming in. And that'll be outside. The left-handers have hit Colon at a 300 clip. The right-handers 225. Big difference. 7 home runs. 5 of those have been hit by left-handers. So it's all been offense from lefties against him. Scott and Wieters, the base runners. Hardy with a 2-0 count. 3-0.
I say left-handers 300 average with the majority of the power from the lefties. 5 home runs of the 7 allowed by Colon. Again, he allowed 5 of those home runs this month. Had a very good month of April once he was inserted into the rotation.
Here's the 3-0 delivery. Hardy, the green light, and it's going to cost him a double play. He hit on 3-0. Right back to Cologne, who gets it over to Teixeira, and Wieters could not get back to the bag. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com, grab your bag, it's on. And by Blimpie, America's Sub Shop. Got the grill fired up tonight. Beautiful night. For the grill to be on, it is just gorgeous here this evening, completely contrary to what the weather forecast was. What did I say that for?
As the dark cloud rolls over the right field stands.
Francisco Cervelli will lead it off. Then the top of the order, Jeter and Granderson against Zach Britton. Zach here at home, 3-1. His ERA is 1.85. That is the fourth best home earned run average in the American League. Cervelli making only his fifth start in the air to right field. Markakis has got it lined up, and a pitch and an out. And tonight's league leaders brought to you by Lexus of Towson, Baltimore area's #1 Lexus dealer. I invite you to come see why they're #1. Earned run average by the rookie, Zach Britton on top. Benita, whom we saw, outstanding. Jeremy Hellickson, Brandon Beachy, they are the leaders. Kyle Drabek of Toronto, who got some time in last year. But right at the top of that pile is this guy.
Well, the Yankees have a similar plan of attack against Zach Britton. It's just not working. First pitch, they letting it fly. He's throwing that first pitch fastball. He's not trying to trick them. Here it comes. Hit it.
So Derek Jeter is in the DH role for only the second time this year. He's been in the DH role 20 times total in his career, never more than 5 times in a season. As a DH, he's hit .265, 2 homers, and 7 RBI. He led the ball game off with a base hit. And just a chance, Joe Girardi said, to give him a rest, to get him off the field. Girardi knows he's going to have to do that with both Jeter and A-Rod and try and make these moves along the way on days like this. That'll be a chopper back. Britton's got it. Jeter's out of there. 2 down, 3rd inning. Orioles Yankees are going to wrap up this brief 2-game series tomorrow night at 7:05. Hope you'll be here for the great classic AL East Showdown. Tickets 888-848-BIRD or go to Orioles.com. In the 4 games these teams have previously played, it has really been all about the Yankees offense. The Yankees come in with a .311 average against the Orioles. They've averaged 8.5 runs a game in those 4 previous games, hitting 9 home runs. And the Yankee ERA is 3.46. So the Yankee offense did in the Orioles in those first 4 that were played. Curtis Granderson will take it up high, hit into a double play his first time up. 1-0. Check swing is a called strike.
Listen, Granderson just having such a great year against left-handed pitchers. He has 7 of his home runs are against lefties. He really is doing the majority of the damage for this Yankee offense.
1-1 delivery, swung on and missed. Who would have thought you had said that at any point of the year that Curtis Granderson would be the, not just average-wise, but home run-wise. He's second in the majors in homers.
A lot of people wondering how Jose Batista is doing it in Toronto. This guy's got about 6 home runs less than Batista over the last, going back to last August.
2-ball, 2-strike count. He's first in homers, second in RBIs against left-handed pitchers. Zach Britton testing those corners inside to him, and a 3-ball, 2-strike count on Granderson.
Yeah, last year he had 4 home runs in 158 at bats against lefties. This year, 7 home runs in 40 at bats.
3-2 delivery to him, and he walked it. So Curtis Granderson will pick up the walk, the second issued by Britton. You see what the head-to-head competition looks like in the first 4 games.
Yeah, the runs per game, that's what jumps out at you. I think the Yankees have been able to do is to score early in the games. So 8.5 a game, the Orioles at about 4. And again, the Yankee power coming through at 9-5 in the series, earned run average too. Also, again, putting a lot of pressure on and adding to the runs they scored early in those 4 games against the Orioles.
2 down. Here is Mark Teixeira. Teixeira grounded out his first time up. The Yankees, 53% of their runs come on homers. They lead the major leagues with 63 home runs this season.
Now they're first in homers, second in walks. So power, and patience combination. Tonight has let it fly.
0-1 count on Teixeira. And he will take the pitch inside, 1-1. Yankees have won only 3 of their last 10 ball games, 3 and 7 in the last 10. And Girardi said yesterday if it's possible to have a very important game in May, yesterday was it. And they came away with a victory over Tampa Bay. 1-1 delivery. Britton will miss up high. That one slipped 2-1.
Yeah, Teixeira, one of the few Yankees hitting left-handed pitching. He's hitting .341. Second most home runs are tied with Cano against home runs against left-handers.
Against the lefty starters, 5 wins, 6 losses for the Yankees on the year. Granderson with good speed at first. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Ooh, had him fooled on that one. 2-2.
I think it's only the second changeup he's thrown, but just when you throw it low and away to a right-hander, we told a lot of people this, you just watch the head. They just can't stay on it. It just sort of disappears. That last few feet to the plate, and he has the ability as a young man to go 15, 20 pitches without throwing a changeup and then able to get it over in a big spot behind in the count.
2-2, runner going down to third. Reynolds has got it. Over to Scott. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. Reynolds and Dino NPA do up. Third inning, scoreless ball game. The veteran 37-year-old Bartolo Colon and the youngster 23-year-old Zach Britton going against one another. Buck Showalter, you happy the Yankees won a game and came in without the losing streak?
Regardless of whether they've lost 7, won 1, whatever, it's about us. You know, we got to do what we need to do, and the Yankees, you know, I'm sure they get bored sometime with what they're able to do out there. You know, they got so many weapons, kind of like Boston, but and Tampa, and you know, we just got to do some things to get on their level. We better worry about, and on a given night we have, and we just got to carry it out over 9 innings. So we're more focused on the Baltimore Orioles and you know, what the Yankees have been doing or not doing.
Orioles manager on our Wired Wednesday before the ball game. But as Mike pointed out, you can feel the desire in this ball game to get that W for the Orioles. And the same thing for the Yankees. They, as we said, yeah, they won last night, but that's only one win in the last 7 ball games.
Yeah, for a game in mid-May, this one's a high intensified, I guess, combatants outing.
Shattered the bat, Colon. And Reynolds is retired.
A lot of first pitch swinging going on. A lot of first pitch fastballs being thrown by Bartolo Colon and the young Zach Britton. And a lot of first pitch swinging. But there is a high intensity level. You could feel it in the ballpark, and you could certainly even feel it during batting practice. The Yankees trying to rebound. Division very tight.
Robert Andino hitting in the number 9 spot, getting the start for Brian Roberts at second base. Andino's 1 for 6 against the Yankees on the year. Orioles have had great numbers coming from this number 9 spot. They have led the majors, in fact, with a 300 or better batting average in that 9 hole. Hardy, of course, a big part of that. Colon gets the strike call, 1-1. So Andino gets another shot here. When Hardy was out, he was playing short. Roberts out for this game. He's back at second. And there's a strike. There is JJ, who's been a major contributor to the Orioles' output from the 9 hole. He's batting 7 tonight.
Yeah, a lot of times you don't see a guy come back from the disabled list hot, and that's certainly the way he is. And red hot since coming off it.
Bartolo Colon with a 1-2 delivery. Andino will take it, and there's the strike. I mean, it's whether it's actually in that so-called strike zone, it is a strike every time.
Yeah, we're saying over 50%. Again, of the strikeouts by Bartolo alone have been called third strikes. I mean, it just, again, it's pretty accurate. You can check the, I guess also the catcher's glove and also the signal being called.
And that clearly was in the strike zone.
It's clearly a pitcher making good pitches, 0-2, 1-2 to get these strikeouts.
So Colon's got 2 down. Here's the top of the order, and PA shows bunt. He'll take it for his strike. I mean, Colon's a real story. Here's a guy that just barely made the team out of spring training to be in the bullpen. Now is making his 6th start, his 9th appearance, and pitching very well after he missed the whole season last year with elbow problems.
I forget he's 37. I really thought he was finished. But this past year, he went to Winter Ball in Dominican Republic. He was managed by Tony Pena, the bench coach, and had a terrific Winter Ball for Tony Pena. He recommended that let's bring him into the camp. He went 2-1 with a 1.98 ERA.
PA goes to second base. Cano's got it, and Colon locked into one with Zach Britton as we completed 3 here at Camden Yards, and there is no score. Brought to you by Verizon Fios. Switch to Fios and network ahead. To learn more, visit Verizon.com/getFios. 1892, yes, the Orioles. Sadie McMahon, you remember him, loses a no-hitter 1-0 as Denny Lyons of the Giants got the winning run. Dick Williams in 1957, he got a hit tying with a solo home run 9 seconds before the 10:20 curfew. They had to replay the game and the Orioles won it. And in 1983, Rich Dotson, a one-hitter, but the Orioles in that ball game would end up winning it. Dan Ford got the hit. Storm Davis and Tippy Martinez combined for the 4-hit shutout. Martinez got the win in that game in '83 at Memorial.
Yeah, that's the kind of year 1983 was. Got one hit, didn't had him all the way.
Out of the glove of Hardy, and Rodriguez is on with a base hit, so he's 2 for 2 in the ball game. He is now 9 for 15 against the Orioles this year.
Yeah, his average is going to go up. It's hard to believe. Where did he come in? Hitting .583. This one just out of the reach of the webbing of J.J. Hardy. As he had his footwater all lined up to catch it in the web and make that long throw.
So, leadoff man on for the 3rd inning out of the 4. Very on Zach Britton-like. Here is Robinson Cano. He grounded out his first time up.
We've seen Robinson Cano do obviously great success against the Orioles. Runner being held on many times. He'll try to pull the ball through that hole. But if you don't, I could see that ground ball to second base. Another double play chance. Again, Robert Andino very much in at second base. Somewhat unusual positioning.
There's Andino getting his first start out there at second.
Sometimes that's just not being comfortable with the distance to second base for someone who hasn't played there a lot.
Robinson Cano, 1-0 delivery to him.
That's the whole thing. That's what's tough about second base. If you get a ground ball to short, his back is going to be to A-Rod.
Mick Kelleher, first base coach, talking to Rodriguez with Cano in a 2-0 count. Cano's hit safely in 16 against the Orioles and 15 consecutive here at Camden Yards. 2 streaks against the O's. 19 home runs against Baltimore, the most against any opponent for Cano. And a ground ball chopper to Andino. He's got to go the other way, and he'll go to first to make sure of the out. That's probably a good idea. The runner will advance 1 away. Rodriguez at second base. Gather up the group. Enjoy Oriole Park's newest destination, the Miller Lite Flight Deck. One low price, great bar seating. Everyone in the group gets a food and beverage voucher you can use anywhere in the yard. Individual tickets are available for select games. It's the Miller Lite Flight Deck, 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com. There it be. Swisher drew a walk his first time up. No score in the ball game. Runner at second base. Keep in mind that Zach Britton came into this game with 9 shutout innings in his last start. He had 3 1/3 shutout innings in the game before that against Tampa Bay to end it. So he came in with 12 1/3 scoreless innings. We're in the 4th inning here. And that will be outside to Swisher for a ball. What a performance. What a game that was. He and Vargas matching numbers for 9 innings, neither giving up a run. Look back to Rodriguez, who's going nowhere, and the pitch will be taken away and missed, and the count goes to 2-0 on Swisher. Nick Swisher's long had the on-base percentage going. He's got 24 walks, 32 strikeouts this year. Switch hitter who, as we said, all of his numbers offensively so far have come from this side of the plate. He's got the 4th lowest batting average in the league against right-handers. Here's the 2-0 delivery. Swisher will take it, and that's in there. Not very good there either.
Runners in scoring position, 139, and there's a number of Yankees that fall into that interstate number. They've been doing it mostly punishing the ball and hitting home runs, not by getting clutch singles.
2-1 deliveries fouled away.
Yeah, you got Cano, hard to believe, hitting .219 with runners in scoring position. Jeter's at 162. Posada at 130. A-Rod below 200. And Swisher, saw right there, 139.
Well, Posada finally got a couple of hits in a ball game last night, so he sits.
That's what he's saying right there. I can't quite figure this out.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Rodriguez at second, no score, 1 down. Oh, they had him. And the ball's going to go into center field. Jones is up with it. Here's the throw coming to third, not in time. And Andino's really struggling at second base. I'm not sure that was his fault not getting it, but you can just see he's really unsure about what he's doing out there right now.
He's not really even looking. He's checking the runner. And then he just misses the throw from Britton. But he does the wise thing and then just tries to buy himself some time in decoying A-Rod that he has the ball.
Andino will be charged with the error. Now a runner at third. That's a big play. The infield has to move in again, and Swisher with a 2-2 count and only 1 down. And he'll get it to right. Nick Markakis. A-Rod tags. He's going to come. Here's the throw to Wieters. Not in time. A sac fly for Swisher, and the Yankees get a 1-0 lead.
Well, throw a little bit up the line. Nice timing. Markakis takes his time. Accurate throw, but again, a little bit up the line.
So they took really a chance there. When you run a Markakis on a ball that's average distance or a little less. So that will end the scoreless inning streak Zach Britton had going. And the Yankees get the lead. Could be an unearned run. We'll see what happens here. Andrew Jones, a strikeout victim, his first time up.
A-Rod, for someone with the bad hip, is doing a lot of running tonight down the lines. Been on third with less than 2 outs on a couple of occasions.
15 2/3 innings of scoreless ball for Zach Britton before that run. One ball, 1 strike. Jones, a chopper to second. Andino. And that will record the out, so it will end up being an unearned run. 1 run not earned, 1 hit, 1 error, nobody left on. Yankees up. On Masson is brought to you by AT&T, Rethink Possible, and by Sonic, America's drive-in. It's new, it's better, it's the new Sonic. Good. Great to have you with us here at Camden Yards on the birthday of Brooks Robinson, whom we'll be sending out wishes to. 15-time All-Star, great Gold Glover, 16 consecutive, dedicated to the Players Association. After his playing career ended, has done so much to help players around baseball, both past and present.
President of the alumni.
Yep. Here is Adam Jones. Jones, a strikeout victim. He is in the number 2 hole. Bartolo Colon will get the strike on the outside corner.
I'll never forget the Brooksy story. One of my first days in the big leagues, he hit a home run off of Joe Coleman Jr. out in Oakland, and he was laughing all the way around the bases.
Nunez.
Yeah, laughing all the way around the bases, and then the next, I said, Brooksy, what happened? I go, why? I never saw you laughing. And the pitcher, when he hit a home run, he yelled out to the pitcher, he goes, and I got your old man, too. He hit it off at Joe Coleman Sr. and Joe Coleman Jr.
That'd be one of the few times Brooksy would have ever said anything.
With a big smile. It was it was great.
Brooks Robinson's birthday today. He shares it with Reggie Jackson. I did not know Reggie had a birthday same day. He's 65 today.
Yeah, Brooksy's 74.
Here is Nick Markakis. Colon's pitch is taken for a strike. Markakis, a strikeout victim. No walks, 3 strikeouts so far for Colon. 2 walks, 1 strikeout for Zach Britton. 0-1 delivery. Nick will take it inside. Nick now with a 3 for 12 lifetime against the Yankee right-hander. CC Sabathia, the scheduled starter for the Yankees tomorrow night. That'll be a fair ball to Shura. And there are 2 down. Let's take a look at our minor league report brought to you by PNC for the achiever in you. Bobby Bundy, the right-handed pitcher. See the numbers at Frederick and A-ball, 4-3, real good ERA. Great walk to strikeout ratio. 36 innings pitched. Opponents hitting .254. Good start for him at A. 2 down, and Vladimir Guerrero grounded out his first time up. Orioles got a double from Scott, a single from Wieters in the second. Those were the hits. That'll go to second base. Robinson, Cano, and Colon really cruising along as he retires the side in order again. There's Brooksy with a lot of winners on his birthday.
That's outstanding, man. Happy birthday to you, man. I'm glad I'm on your side for now. I watched you play, and you know what? You're still the best, man. Happy birthday and many, many more, man. We love you.
Tributes from, I'll tell you one thing today. These players, managers, coaches, you're looking at doing this. Before the game, we talked to them. All you had to say was, Brooksy. They stopped in their tracks, said, when do you want to do it?
Sure.
When do you want to do it? And do it right now? I mean, A-Rod came out from working in on the bench press stuff. He said, for Brooksy, we'll be right out there. Jeter was walking across the back of the batting cage and said, I said, what are you doing for Brooksy? He was like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's do it right now. First ball hitting, Nunez, Markakis. They're all eating in Little Italy. They're going to be there early for the reservations, I'll tell you that. 1 away here in the 5th inning.
First pitch fastballs, first pitch swinging.
This is the way the game was meant to be played, by the way, as far as I'm concerned. After watching, and now he's on the DL, Daisuke Matsuzaka go 3-2 to 900 hitters, throw 400 foul balls, and take 8 minutes between pitches. That is not baseball.
That is not pitching. That is not hitting.
It's not fun. I mean, this is a game. It's supposed to be enjoyed by fans. I don't think you can enjoy a game played like that.
I know we weren't.
We weren't.
And most of the other people that we knew, too.
Including guys in the field. Here's Cervelli. He's hitting ninth and catching. Flied out to right field his first time up. Zach Britton's delivery to him. He showed bunt and will take it away for a ball. RBI coming. Sac fly Swisher. Unearned run. Fourth inning. Rodriguez reached with a single. Moved up on a ground ball. An error on an attempted pickoff at second. On Andino moved him to third, and Swisher got him home. 2-0 will catch the corner. 2-1.
I just can't. I guess that you're talking about Brooksy and both sides of the dugouts. I mean, the Yankees and the Orioles, and everywhere you go. I went to a dinner, and actually they had somebody say, "How many people in the stands are there children named Brooksy?" And there was like 50 in the audience that were named for Brooksy.
How about that? Inside corner strike. Hitters have not liked the width of this plate, but it's been there all night long.
Yeah, that's what he said. They don't name their kids Brooksy. They name their dogs Brooksy. They name their kids Brooksy.
A 2-ball, 2-strike count. And he got it. That'll be strikeout number 2 for Zach Britton.
Again, he hasn't thrown many. He gets ahead with the fastball. Straight changeup. Identical to his fastball. And watch the bottom fall out late. That is his real strength.
Our pitch track sponsored by Verizon 4G LTE. Rule the air on the most advanced 4G network in the world. Derek Jeter has a single. He is grounded out. Single he got in the first inning is his 300th hit against the Orioles. More hits against the O's than any other team. Only Carl Yastrzemski and Al Kaline have more hits against the O's than the franchise history here in Baltimore, starting in '54. Yastrzemski 363, Kaline 326, and Jeter now 300.
Pretty good club. You look at Jeter's. This is his 243rd game against the Orioles. I mean, that's about a season and a half.
His unbalanced schedule is going to create these kinds of numbers in every division.
Yeah, lopsided numbers. And there's two. Very aware of the numbers and what this playing in this division means.
Here's the 2-0 delivery to Jeter. It will miss down low, and the count goes to 3-0. Zach Britton's got 2 down, nobody on, and he'll back off a little bit to regroup. Jeter's at 282 off lefties, 244 off right-handers. He's taking all the way.
He puts number 65 for Zach Britton.
And he gets the chopper up the middle, and he's got another base hit. So Jeter is on with a 2-out single here in the 5th. And our game flow sponsored by Hankook Tires. Be one with it. Hankook Tires. Both these pitchers on tonight, Zach Britton and Bartolo Colon. One unearned run up on the board. Otherwise, the right-hander Colon, left-hander Britton have dominated the first part of this game.
That's kind of the amazing thing. The one run allowed is on a sacrifice fly. Almost everything else, including the singles, have been bouncers either up the middle or in the hole, ground balls.
2 down. Curtis Granderson, dangerous, hit into a double play and is walked. And a quick throw over. And Derek Jeter back to the bag. See Granderson, when the runner's on, pumps it up.
Well, he doesn't try to go the opposite way, too, with the runner on at first. And you can see Andino. They're playing a shift on him to pull the ball, which is a little unusual with a power lefty on the mound.
And he will take the pitch down low for a ball. Granderson carries a .292 lifetime average here in Camden Yards. He has hit 7 home runs in this ballpark. And you know, Zach Britton going through the lineup of the Yankees, they talked about this guy with the big numbers against left-handers. Here's the 1-0 delivery to him. Check swing, foul ball. We do have to get the story on. We were talking before the game, Mike, about Harmon Killebrew, who passed away in the next game after his passing in Minnesota last night. His number was number 3. The final score was 2-1. There were 3 hits for each team. The last out went to Morneau in right field, who wears 33. Lariano got his 3rd win, and the wind was blowing in from right at 3 miles an hour. Here's the 1-1 delivery, and whoa, whipped that one right into the Oriole dugout. Rebounded all the way to first. Nick Kelleher catching it. Zach continues his imitation of Mr. Birkin.
Yeah.
The two of them would tilt their hat the same way when they wipe their brow. Here's the 1-2. Good play by Wooters.
You see Zach first time showing any emotion. Really wanted to get that closer or throw it for a strike. He knew he had him set up for a breaking ball to finish him off. Jeter and Luke Scott having a nice conversation down at first base.
Jeter at first, 2-2.
I'm not sure Jeter can get a good enough jump against Zach Britton. He has stolen 36 bases against the Orioles. That's been caught 9 times in his long career. Doesn't do a whole lot of running. You see his numbers, 325 out of 4. Well, about 80%. That'll make you a base stealer.
2 out of 4 this year. 2-2 delivery. Boy, was he going back.
And that's perfect.
You want to see somebody going back to the bag. How about that?
And that was a great reaction by Jeter. He'd been trying to get a jump for 3 or 4 pitches against Zach Britton, and finally he's heading back to first. He just kind of waved his hand at Britton like, forget it. I'm not even going to try to get a lead.
He was literally lunging at the bat.
And certainly I was a left-handed pitcher. When you get those reactions, you're just hoping you throw it over. He's standing on first base and a ground ball, you know they're out.
2-2 delivery, and that'll be fouled off as Granderson reaches for it. Well, the count remains 2-2. Yankees have the 1-0 lead here in the 5th. Short 2-game set against the Yankees tomorrow night. Jeremy Guthrie, CC Sabathia. Then interleague play begins with the games against the Nationals over the weekend. 2-2 delivery down to first, and that will be fouled off again. Kelleher's 2 for 2.
Yeah, single-handedly trying to drive the pitch count up. 73 total now, and actually not a great strike to ball ratio for Zach Britton tonight. 41 strikes, 32 balls.
Yep. That pitch count has climbed in a hurry here. Granderson 2-2. He's walked only 16 times, and he has struck out 40. That'll be strikeout number 3 for Britton. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. A 1-0 Yankee lead.
Sir, we'll find your room. Come on in with us. And Brooksy said he just laughed. He goes, that's when I knew I had to do some dinners.
Brooks Robinson birthday, and happy to be part of the celebration here at Camden Yards for him. And a real good ball game. These two pitchers are on tonight. I guess it's a question of who gets to the bullpen first.
Yeah, two of them been strike throwers all on. You know, Bartolo Colon coming really off the scrap heap to have a good year, and Zach Britton, who has really lived up to the billing. He's no longer a secret weapon. Clubs know he is coming.
Luke Scott coming, an unearned run on the board for the Yankees, and it's the only run that's been scored in the ball game. Scott will take the first pitch, a breaking ball. Haven't seen a lot of that from Bartolo Colon in the game. And a 0-1 count. Luke had a double and was stranded at third in the second inning. The only chance the Orioles have had, it's the only time they've had base runners on. Colon's retired the side in order. First, third, and fourth.
And he struggled his last couple of starts, but the control is back. That is really the key to his game now.
Luke Scott will send that one as a souvenir over into the seats. And a 1-2 count. Scott getting the deep breath as he stands back in. Wieters and Hardy to follow. And that'll be foul back again. So Luke will get the count at 1-2. He got out of the 0 for 13 he had with that double in the second inning. Upping his totals against Bartolo Colon now to 7 for 12. 2 home runs.
And this really is the type of pitcher that Luke Scott hits. He's around the zone. He's down in the zone, and most everything is hard.
Colon with the 1-2. He's thrown just 42 pitches. Changeup will miss away. So he has been very efficient through the first 4 innings worked.
They got a loss last time out against the Red Sox. Drew 103 in 6 innings. Left with a score tied in that. Got the loss. Start before that. 1 4 1/3 through 76 pitches.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Here's the delivery to Scott. That'll be towards the hole, but Cano will get over. And Luke is retired. 1 away, 5th inning. Still time to sign up for the Junior Orioles Dugout Club, 14 and under. They get tickets to 10 games, hat, membership card, lunch bag, subscription to the Orioles Kids magazine, and more. It's only $20. Family and friends can then get tickets as low as $6. And you can even upgrade to a lower level seat. First Dugout Club game Saturday against the Nationals. 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com for info. One away. Here's Matt Wieters. And the pitch, fastball in for a strike. Colon has surrendered the 7 home runs on the season. Matt Wieters, single against him, first time up. 0-1 delivery is going to be fouled back. It reminds you can win a Mass and Maximum Access experience at Camden Yards. For a chance to win, text 29292. Message and data rates may apply. Wieters hitting .270 on the season. And again, the shifts, the Yankees have played many of the Oriole hitters much more exaggerated shifts. In center field, Granderson's moved way over to left. Swisher's moved around towards center. And Girardi, and what the charts show. Here's the 1-2. A-Rod over. And no play. Very gentle breeze blowing left to right. At times tonight it's been none at all. May pick up a little bit as some very dark clouds have moved over. Wieters had faced Colon only once, 0 for 1 prior to this ball game. Right-hander with a 1-2. Leaders does go the other way, and Jones is right there. 2 down.
Well, pretty good when you have someone like Andrew Jones who can play left field. Outstanding center fielder in his day. And man, they play very shallow between Jones and Granderson in center. And well positioned.
Bartolo Colon has really got it in Cruz here. Here's Hardy. Hardy hit into the double play. He had the green light on 3-0, and he lined one back to Colon, who caught it and was able to get Wieters doubled up at first base.
Now that's the pitch of the evening and the defense of the evening. That's the thing. Colon, for a hard thrower, really ends up in a good fielding position. It wasn't any accident.
Right off the glove of Cervelli for ball 2. The Orioles just trying to find a way to get on base against him now and at least get some of these innings up in pitch count. 2-0 count. Hardy hitting at 295. JJ will foul that one off.
He has gone 8 in the start this year against the White Sox. And a 3-1 win. It seems like a long time ago, but 2005 he won the Cy Young, 21-8. That's why he was with the Angels.
And that's a strike on the corner. So he comes back from 2-0 to make it 2-2.
We talked about his control, especially tonight. He had not walked any of the 46 batters that had faced to lead off an inning this year. Another good stat.
Hardy will take it, and he's gone. No, Bartolo Colon continues to get those close calls, and that's where he's pitching. Right on the outside part of the strike zone. And it remains the Yankees 1, Orioles 0. Time for the Coors Light freeze cam. Couple of big plays in the ball game. Granderson would end up being a double play just in time. Scott making the nice pick over there at first base. And for Hardy, that 3-0 count right back to the mound. Wieters at first. Double play. Coors Light freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Gary Thorne, Mike Flanagan, Sea of Orange. And a 1-0 lead. 1-4-0 for the Yankees. 0-2-1 for the O's. Zach Britton with 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Mark Teixeira will lead it off. He is grounded to third twice. Article today, BaltimoreSun.com. Teixeira talked about being a Baltimore guy. I always loved Baltimore, always will love Baltimore, but baseball is baseball. Of the 5 offers I received, the Orioles were by far the lowest offer. I don't know if they were ever serious about signing me. We had one meeting, that was it. I'm not sure if they were ever very interested. Long been a discussion for Baltimore fans when he was a free agent about whether he wanted to come here or not. And he made no bones about it, that it was going to be about the money.
No, he was very honest going into the free agent market. I'll go for the highest paid. And I thought he was very honest about the whole thing.
2-1 delivery on the way. Center field. Jones started back. He'll retrace his steps. Teixeira's retired. One away, 6th inning. Two pitchers just dominating in the ballgame. Orioles have only had one man left on and only 2 on base. That all came in the 2nd inning. Yankees have stranded 4. Only one of those in scoring position. Here's Rodriguez, 2 singles so far. He continues his big season against the Orioles, hitting at .261 and a strike taken. Britton's numbers have not varied a lot through the lineup. 192 the first time, 224 the second, 191 the third. Third time through right now. And he's hot. A-Rod's got another base hit. Jones will pick it up. A-Rod will make the turn. He's going to try for 2. They got a shot at him. They got more than a shot. He's out. A single, and Jones gets him. Hardy the tag.
Well, another outfield assist. Nice job of cutting it off. He has that sense that A-Rod will go for 2 right on the money to Hardy. No sense in even sliding. It's not that close.
Hello and welcome to second base. Adam Jones with the throw. I mean, that's a A-Rod read. You don't. Well, you're not looking at your coach on that one.
Well, that and also you are counting on, you know, the outfielder have to do everything right to cut it off, to spin and make an accurate throw on the run. And Adam Jones did all that. You know, he could short hop the throw to second base, but he did everything right.
Not necessarily a bad idea to try and test that in a game like this. There's one to Markakis. That is back, and that is going to hit off the wall. That ball was in Markakis' glove before Cano got to first base. That's how hard that was hit.
I was going to say, Adam Jones threw out A-Rod at second. Markakis had a chance to throw Cano out at first.
Wow.
I mean, this is a low rocket, and watch how quickly and perfectly played by Markakis. Again, Cano just now reaching first.
So he continues his hit streak. 16 consecutive games where he's had a hit in this ballpark. He's got a 4-game hit streak overall. Cano on at first. That is hit number 6 for the Yankees. Swisher has had a sac fly and a walk. So against the Orioles, he is still 1 for 15 on the year.
He had the one real big at bat. Really, this inning, the first inning, that the Yankees able to get some lift into the balls put in play.
Zach Britton out of the stretch with Cano on at first base. Swisher 15 RBIs in the year. Cano with a very short lead. Fouled off. The base stealers against Zach Britton when he's been on the mound, 2 out of 5. Wieters, of course, continues to throw him out at an incredible 500 clip, 50%.
That's really not a good enough percent to run. Most managers won't even try unless there's really an 80% or better chance of making it. And it's 50 with him behind the plate. I would think it's a little bit worse with a left-hander on the mound.
They've had no leads, Mike.
I was going to say, you can see the shortened lead. So that's one thing Zach Britton will always have going. That's why you can look for his double play totals to be extremely high, because he can hold that runner close to first base and keep him at first base. You can increase your chances to get those double plays.
1 ball, 2 strike delivery. 2 ball, 2 strike count on Swisher. Real good ball game. Open up this 2-game set. The Orioles have won 10 and lost 11 here at home. The Yankees, with the victory at Tampa Bay last night, have evened up their road record. They are 8-8 on the road. 2-2. Cano just a step off the bag. Fastball, got him. Look at this. Ooh, Swisher's coming close. The mask is off. He dropped the bat, turned to the umpire, put his arm up like, you got to be kidding. tomorrow for the series finale here in the short two-setter. Jeremy Guthrie, CC Sabathia, Masson HD, 6:30 O's Extra. Presented by Verizon 4G LTE. Game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on Masson. Gary Thorne, Mike Flanagan. 1-0 Yankee lead. Good ball game. Colon has just thrown first pitch strike after strike in this game. Fastball was in there. Reynolds, Andino, and PA. Reynolds grounded out his first time up.
Yeah, just 16 balls so far thrown by Colon.
Saw Cervelli freeze that one. That's a call they've been getting most of the night. He didn't get it there. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Well, we talked about it in the open. Most of the strikeouts he's been getting, or over half, have been that called third strike.
In the air to right field. And an Adam ball. Swisher. Reynolds is retired.
A pretty high percentage. Colon 13 of 17, 76%. Zach Britton 15 of 24. Then we had that other number. He hadn't walked any of the leadoff men he's faced all year long. All these little things that Zach Britton and certainly Bartolo Colon doing this year are conducive to keeping the score down and keeping in the ball game. Strikes, not walking people, holding runners.
And that one in the air to center field. Another Adam ball. Granderson. Andino's retired. It's 12 in a row he's set down. Entertain clients, colleagues, and more. Custom suite package at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Private suites available. Lots of locations and packages to offer your company a sophisticated, affordable way to make a statement. Find out more. Orioles.com/suites or a private tour at 410-547-6076.
Yeah, almost Colon get a little cocky on the mound, watching him between pitches, flipping the ball in the air. You know, you throw a pitch down the middle, they line out. They're always right with the world.
Certainly is for him right now.
I was going to say, first and third, line drive, back up the middle, turns a double play.
PA, another first pitch strike. PA has flied out, grounded out. We're 4 in a row retired. Scott doubled. Wieters singled. Double play was turned. Nobody's gotten on since. That was in the second inning. The 0-1, PA got jammed. Cano up with it. And another 1-2-3 inning. So Bartolo Colon putting on a show, but it is still just a 1-0 ball game.
Happy birthday to you, Brooksy. I can remember the day back in 1975 when I came to spring training for the first time in Miami. And who did I meet walking through the door? The first guy I met was Brooks Robinson. I said, man, this is like a dream come true. So happy birthday, Brooksy. It was great playing with you years ago, and it's great knowing you now.
Brooksy celebrating his birthday today, and happy to be able to hopefully add to it for him. There are the numbers through 6. 1-6-0 for the Yankees, 0-2-1 for the Orioles. Zach Britton again locked in one. Here he comes off the duel against Vargas where he didn't give up anything. Neither did Vargas in 9 innings. Now against Bartolo Colon, he's given up 1 unearned run.
That's the thing. You're getting sort of used to pitching in these close games. He seems very comfortable with it. Like this is not anything out of the ordinary. I mean, we talked about it in 5 of his 8 starts coming in. He's allowed 1 run or less. This is kind of the norm.
Andrew Jones, who's playing in left field, will take the pitch away. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Jones now 34 years old, 10-time Gold Glove winner, big-time home run hitter in the day with Atlanta. Pitch will be taken inside. It's 7 seasons where he hit at least 30 home runs, 5 seasons of 100 or more RBIs. Last year he was with Chicago with the White Sox. And the pitch is away by Zach Britton, and he falls behind him 3-1.
Yeah, very young World Series hero. Remember the home runs against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. He's, I think, a 19 or a 20-year-old.
3 ball, 1 strike count. Jones has had 3 hits in his last 20 at-bats and will be on with a walk. Not the way he wanted to start the inning. A leadoff walk here in the 7th. Mid-Atlantic Sports Report. Weeknights 5:30, 6:30 on Masson. Latest news, information. O's, Nationals, MLB. Tom Davis, Phil Wood, Dave Johnson, Mel Antonin, and all the great topics going on around Major League Baseball. Hope you'll join in. 5:30, 6:30 on Masson. So Jones will come out of there, and the speedster Gardner will come on to run for him. Gardner just getting the night off. Not anymore. And here's somebody, despite the moves that Zach Britton has to first base, the guy who might run. Bunt is shown by Nunez.
Yeah, I would think
and it's a strike.
I would think he's bunting all the way.
Nunez checking down at third with Robbie Thompson. He's got 1 sacrifice. Has not played very much. Reynolds is in at third. Gardner, first lead we've seen of any kind against Britton in the ballgame. Takes the bunt, and it'll be up high, 1-1.
That's the thing. Gardner really does most of his running against right-handed pitchers. Just had a difficult time, or has had a difficult time getting a jump against lefties. Only has 1 steal. Has been caught twice.
Trying to get that runner down to second base with nobody out here in the 7th. Squaring around already, Nunez. Throw over, and Gardner back. Not a hard throw made. 3 walks surrendered now in the ballgame by Britton.
I can tell you, just not an easy read, Zach Britton, for the runner. They're not sure. It's one of those things, a left-hander with a good move. I won't say he has a great pickup move, but he has a great move that they're not sure when to go.
One and 1. 1-2. How important the fundamentals are evidenced in these situations in this kind of a ball game. Getting that runner down to second base is just essential.
Yeah, and he bunts that ball that's really up in his eyes. It also shows you, Britton's tough to hit, equally tough to bunt.
Yep. And our Jeep Exmo brought to you by the 2011 Jeep Compass. Got to believe he'll try and hit it to the right side. He looks like he's going to bunt again. He squared around here with a 1-2 count.
Probably just trying to stay out of the doghouse.
You better get it down.
I'm not going to try to get him over. I don't want to go back to the dugout yet.
Birkin, the first bullpen action for either side. 96 pitches thrown by Zach Britton. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Reynolds way in at third base. And he did try and bunt it, and he did get it down, and it's a good one. Leaders will get him. But a sacrifice with 2 strikes on him, and the applause from Gardner, who gets down to second base.
Well, that's what sacrifice is supposed to be, giving yourself up. Stayed with it. Not a great bump, but just got it in play. And gets the job done.
So 1 away, runner at second. There's Gardner and Cervelli. The catcher batting 9th. He has flied out and struck out. Yankees only one man in scoring position of the 5 they have left on base in the ball game. They get another runner down there, and Dino will try and hold Gardner close. Obviously a potentially big run, 7th inning. Fastball that is going to miss for ball 1.
I don't think anybody got to second base in his last start. And this one in this start.
Cervelli's played so little with Russell Martin doing almost all of the catching. Cervelli's making only his 5th start. So he's only had a 2 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Britton's 1-0 delivery to him, and that's a strike.
Pitch count starting to creep up on Zach Britton. And the thing is, they have not been an easy 99 so far. Right from the beginning of this game, you had a feeling, yeah, they're fighting over 1 run all along, both sides. Still playing for 1 run.
Gardner off second. Takes a look back.
I don't know if you said it, but that Cervelli started the year in a DL. Missed the first 22 games with a fractured foot.
They were really short-handed in the catching department at the first month of the year.
Seems to be going around the shortage of catching.
Boy,
you know,
yes.
look at the Red Sox. They've got problems with their catching.
Britton, a very long look. Here's the 1-1. Center field, Jones. Started in, backs up, makes the catch, runner halfway. Jones gets it all the way in, and there are 2 down. Time for our AT&T Mobility Trivia Fact. Cal Ripken Jr. voted starting third baseman 01 All-Star game. A-Rod switched positions. If you'll remember, as they took the field so Ripken could play at shortstop. And Ripken is just one of 4 players in MLB history to be named to an All-Star MVP more than once. Carter Mays and Garvey, All-Star MVPs multiple times. For Cal. 2 down here. Runner still at second base. Here's Jeter. 2 singles in the ball game. He is 2 for 3. He now has 10 hits in 22 at bats against the Orioles this year. Gardner, the speedster, will take off, of course, on contact with 2 down, so Jeter gets a chance for a big RBI.
And they've had all kinds of problems with runners in scoring position. Jeter, 162.
The team is 7th in the league, hitting 243 with runners in scoring position. 1-0 delivery. That'll be taken inside. When you crunch the numbers like that, I mean, Mike was talking about it earlier, you come down to the Bronx Bombers. Get walks, keep your on-base percentage high, and hit a home run.
Yep, drive the pitch count out and hope we can tire him out and try to go deep.
Jeter's DHing. He's in the leadoff spot. 2-0 count. And he'll ground it to third. Mark Reynolds will get the big hop. And the out. No runs, no hits, no errors. A base runner left on. Camden Yards, 7th inning stretch time with the Yankees up by 1. Inning stretch time here at Camden Yards. Gary Thorne, Mike Flanagan with you. The Orioles come off a ball game in Boston where they had the 6-0 lead the day before yesterday, did not get the win. Obviously felt as though they should have had it. What you were talking about earlier, now you're in a ball game where you get a start like they're getting for Britain, another game where you feel like you ought to win.
Yeah, you feel like you ought to win, and you're starting to lean on the young man. You're looking forward to him pitching. This is another one of those old-fashioned pitching duels that I seem to really enjoy, and I'm sure everybody else does too. Well pitched, well played. You know, the professional in Cologne and the youngster in Britain who's holding up his end of the bargain. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Anything you think he can do here against Bartolo Colon to try and make things smooth?
Maybe pinch hit Britain. He can go deep off him. That would about
pinch
fill in
hit
another
Britain.
column. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, we'll send
or Brooksy.
Always pitchers talking about hitting. You know, they always do. Gardner is going to stay in the ball game after coming on to run. He will play in left field for Jones. It is, as we said, though, just a one-run ball game, so very much up for grabs. 20,589, 20,589 on hand, and they're seeing a great game. You go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Colon has not walked anybody. He has struck out 4. Britain on the other side, 3 walks and 4 strikeouts. The run is unearned. And there's the leadoff base hit the Orioles were looking for. Adam Jones delivers it to start the bottom of the 7th. There you see the numbers last 7 games. The Orioles have had some offense, Mike.
Yeah, 5 runs. Seeing hitting over 300. Power numbers starting to come along. A doubles column is an important column for this club offensively, and their average with runners in scoring position over 300. All good signs of an offense coming around now, and Jones has been a big part of that offense.
And here is Nick Markakis. Nick has struck out and grounded out. Hitting at 242. Jones back to the bag. Bear in mind, Mike pointed it out earlier, Bartolo Colon, you do not run against him. Nobody runs against him. 159 innings coming in without a stolen base off him.
Yeah, pretty amazing. I mean, he's a relatively big guy, but he has that sort of short arm release point, quick stride to the plate and quick to the plate. Becomes one of those things that becomes mathematics, how quick he is to the plate. Kind of defeats the running game.
Bartolo Colon had retired side in order in the 1st and then the 3rd through the 6th. Markakis will foul it off before the single by Jones. First hit since the 2nd inning for the Orioles.
Yeah, just 62 pitches thrown, just 17 balls here in the 7th inning.
13 in a row set down in order. Jones now on. First leadoff batter that's reached. 1 strikeout, Markakis. Nick will drill it in the air to right field. Swisher slipped, gets up, makes the play, slips again, and Jones tags up and goes to second base.
I'm not sure if those long pads down over the spikes by Nick Swisher anything to do with this. Slips coming in. And then right there, slips going back. And very alertly, and I think Adam Jones is going to tag up anyway. You see some of the players put that pant leg down right underneath the shoe, and it can affect whether you'd slide or not.
Well, let's see if the Orioles can take advantage of this. Here's Vladimir Guerrero. Cano will hold the runner. Vladdy's had an 0 for 2. He is 4 for 19 against the Yankees this year. He's been a hot hitter. Cano is virtually standing on the bag. Adam ducking, no throw made. Orioles with a chance to get this thing tied up. And Vladdy will take the pitch away for a ball. See the numbers against Bartolo Colon for Guerrero. Vladdy has had 7 hits in his last 16 at bats. 3 consecutive multi-hit games coming into this one. Jones can't wander very far with Cano so close. Here's the 1-0, and that's outside. Cervelli up with it, and a 2-0 count.
A few times he's missed badly from the intended target, though, so Adam Jones dancing around at second is having an effect. He's just trying to be a little bit too quick to the plate once he picks up the target.
Guerrero's got himself into a hitter's count. 2-0 delivery to him. Shattered the bat. Play's got to go to first. Nunez off the mark. Teixeira puts the tag on. It's a big play by Teixeira. And over to third base goes Jones.
Almost a little too casual with Nunez right in on the hands of Vladimir Guerrero. He may have broken his bat. And Nunez realizes he has a bit more time, just kind of lofts it over the first.
And our Dodge Ram Expo brought to you by Ram Trucks, designed, tested, and proven to be the best trucks we've ever built. Ram. So now the Orioles look for the 2-out RBI. Luke Scott has doubled and grounded out. He is the best hitter in the lineup lifetime against Cologne. 7 hits, 13 at bats, 2 home runs. Jones at third, 2 down, 7th inning.
You see Cologne more comfortable pitching out of the stretch with a runner on third base. Many times you'll see a starting pitcher running around third and 2 outs, wind up. They're more comfortable, but again, he just wants to keep Jones close at third.
Outfield swung around to right. See Granderson cutting off that power alley in right field. Here's the 0-1 delivery. That'll be towards first base. Teixeira's got it. And the Orioles cannot take advantage of the leadoff single. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on.
Back early on, first and third, line drive up the middle, early played by Cologne. And then this is really only run of the ball game would come in. A-Rod advances to third base, medium deep sacrifice fly. Just A-Rod just barely beating it in. Have other chances along the way, but Zach Britton has just been marvelous throughout. See the numbers right there. 7 innings, 6 hits, did not allow an earned run, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Cologne equally as good tonight, very masterfully. Terrific job by both starting pitchers. Cologne 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs of his own.
Zach Britton out of the ball game. Tonight's call to the bullpen brought to you by Maryland Law Enforcement. It reminds you to buckle up day and night. Click it or ticket every ride, every time, day and night. Clay Rapata's on the pitch.
It's very much a struggling bullpen of late, for sure, for Buck Showalter. You go back even through some of the members or partisans. 7 earned runs in his last 3 innings of work. It's hard to find one that's hot at the moment. Maybe Koji may be your best bet at the moment.
Granderson, who's been so tough off the lefties, takes that sweeping pitch that misses, and the count goes to 2-0. The bullpen has allowed runs in 5 consecutive games and 16 of the last 17. And as Mike said, it's hard to find anyone out there right now who's consistently getting anybody out. 2-0 delivery. That'll be laid in for a strike.
So I guess they all feel like they're in the same boat. It's not just one not holding up their end of the bargain, but yeah, I went through some of the numbers. Ricardo, 6 earned runs last 7. Birkin, 8 earned runs last 7 innings. Gonzalez, 4 earned runs last 3 outings. That's how it goes.
And he did go around on that. 2-ball, 2-strike count to Granderson. Left-handers are 3 for 20 for Pato. The right-handers have gone 4 for 5. Zach Britton out of there with an unearned run in 7 innings on 6 hits. That one behind second base. They had the shift on, so Hardy, the shortstop, is there. And Granderson is retired. Orioles Nationals renew their Mid-Atlantic rivalry this weekend. 3-game series here at Camden Yards. Good seats remain. Don't forget there's a 4:05 afternoon matchup on Saturday. Hope you'll come out, friends and family, and make a day of it. 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com. That will be it for the left-hander. His job was to get the left-hander out, and he did. Now Birkin will come out of the bullpen, and he will be facing Teixeira and then Rodriguez. Presented by authority of the Orioles, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles.
Well, with that, Jason Birkin will come out of the bullpen, 14th game on the air, and again he has another one who's been struggling. 0-2, 5.28 ERA, 15 innings of work, 8 strikeouts, and 15 innings. 8 walks, 15 strikeouts for Birkin. But again, he has struggled. But he's still been very tough on right-handed hitters, and well, he has pitched to some pretty tough luck. Given up some bloop hits along the way that have come around to score. So I don't think it's been all that bad. I would like to have a nice clean inning here.
Mark Teixeira is 2 for 5 off him. Teixeira stands in with 1 away, nobody on. We are in the 8th inning, and the pitch will be taken away for a ball. Orioles are 0-4 against the Yankees. They've really had the Orioles number over the last 3 years. Orioles have not had any success even at home. The Orioles have lost 18 of the last 24 games against the Yankees in this ballpark. Here's the 2-0 delivery. Teixeira will take it up high, and he falls behind 3-0.
Yes, that's it. Beginning of 09, the Yankees are 30-10. Some pretty big numbers.
3-0 delivery. Teixeira taking all the way, and Birkin walked him in 4 straight. Leaders will go out.
You talk about the Yankees second in the league in walks.
Yankees overall, their offense is 8th in average and 2nd in runs. That's what we were talking about with the homers. They lead the majors in home runs, and their on-base percentage is 3rd, led by the fact they have picked up 156 walks, 2nd in the American League coming into the ball game. They've added 4 in this game. A-Rod will take it inside, 5 in a row out of the strike zone by Birkin.
And uncharacteristically missing up in the zone. Well, the Yankees have already scored over 200 runs, and their offense is really not clicking on all cylinders. And we're about at the quarter pole, so they're looking at 800 runs again.
Yeah. Rodriguez with the 3 for 9 off Birkin throw over. You see tonight, Jeter, Rodriguez combined 5 for 7. The rest 1 for 17.
Jeter came in hitting .421 against the Orioles, and Rodriguez .538.
They have kept it up.
The numbers may have gone up.
But it is the unearned run that has made the difference. It came in the 4th inning. Jeter with 2 singles, 2 for 4. And Rodriguez with a 3 for 3. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Runner at first base down to Reynolds. Got a chance for 2. There's 1. Relay to first. Nice double play. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. Another $1,000 just given away when we come back. And Mary Fitzpatrick from Bel Air, another $1,000 from the Maryland Lottery double play contest on the second double play turn tonight. Three hits, that's all the Orioles have. 2 singles and a double. 2 of the hits coming in the same inning in the second. And the Yankees maintaining the 1-0 lead. Matt Wieters a single, and he is flied out to left field.
And so far they're just pitching him away and playing him away. You'd like to see Matt get a hold of one up and out over the plate and drive it to left.
Orioles came in with the offense that had been pumping. 22 runs last 3 games, 5 home runs, 301 average over the last 7. Bartolo Colon has just taken the air out of all of that, and efficiently so. That's maybe the biggest key here. The Yankee bullpen has not had to been called on. Only 70 pitches thrown by Colon.
That's spooky at this point.
Wieters with a 2-strike count. He's gone. 5 strikeouts.
And as we talked about a lot, that's been his strength this year. See, that's Buck Showalter talking to himself. But when he gets ahead, outstanding target by Cervelli, and he comes within inches of it, and he's been getting the calls. He even looked away and then had to look back. But 4 of the 5 strikeouts called third strikes on the year, over 50%, a very high number.
One down. And a strike taken by Hardy, who's lined into a double play and struck out. Time to text in your vote. AT&T player of the game. Be it the two starters, Zach Britton and Bartolo Colon, both real good. Or A-Rod, who's delivered 3 hits in the ballgame and scored the run. Text in your vote, A, B, or C, 518-62. There's another one.
Right to the glove. I mean, he really has only missed from the intended target a couple of times.
He hadn't made a major league start since July of 2009, prior to this year. Missing last year. 0-2 pitch. Whoa. Ball and 2 strikes.
And this one not knee high, but may have got more of the plate than some of the others.
Yeah. And he's working quickly. In fact, his pace may be a little quicker now than it was earlier in the ball game. 1-2 delivery to Hardy. He'll take that, and he's gone. Hardy didn't like it. Says so.
I think the hitter's just showing a lot of the frustration. What Showalter just shaking his head, but I think this pitch is going to be a strike. I mean, he has just been hitting the glove on the outside corner, and he's been doing it pretty much all year. And some of it's Hardy thought it was low.
You better get to Colon on the first or at least the second pitch. After that, it's over. Here's Reynolds. He is grounded out and flied out. He goes after it and fouls it back.
I'd like to see Reynolds run into one before he gets ahead.
Talking about the Orioles offense and how it had been heating up prior to tonight. Orioles need the long ball right here to get this thing at least tied up. 0-1 delivery. Outfield as far back as you can get without buying a ticket.
It's going to play in a no doubles defense.
Oriole closer warming up. We are in the bottom of the 8th inning. Here's the 1-1.
Well, that's one where he missed a target, but you can look right here, and it hasn't been anything fancy all night long. If he gets ahead 0-2, 1-2, they go right to the outside corner, and what he tries to do is either to block you out. It's either going to be on the black low and away or just missed low and away. Off the plate, not on the plate. Let's see if they continue that pattern. They'll just slide away, check his eye line, and then go right to the outside corner.
And the 1-2 came back in and a little high, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
And the thing is, he reached back for a little extra. That's his best fastball of the night, 95. So overthrowing it, he loses the accuracy.
Bartolo Colon 2-2 coming into the ball game. 10-7 against the Orioles.
I think he'll go right back out there.
Here's the 2-2 delivery to Reynolds. He did. Yankee infield had a step and a half to the dugout. They back up.
See, I think this one's off the plate, but again, that's the game. Black or ball. Throw for the outside corner. Again, just off. But you hit it enough, you start to get it.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Reynolds here in the 8th with the bases empty. And he's on. You see how everybody hesitates on these calls, waiting to see what it is.
Well, you can see Colon was frustrated because he had 4 shots at the outside corner, and for the first time all night, missed.
Now Robert Andino, the number 9 hitter, playing at second base. He has struck out and flied out. Here's a chance at redemption in this game of redeeming features.
That's the thing. Andino has a little bit of pop. There'd be a tendency to let down. I think it's the bottom of the order, and Andino could run into one.
Andino committed the error that has allowed the unearned run, which has been the only run of this game. It came in the 4th inning. First walk surrendered by Colon. Here's the 0-1 delivery to Andino, and that's that strike. Andino jaws away and walks away.
Again, it's the war for the outside corner. That gets a little bit off. But again, a lot of times you hit the glove, you'll get the call.
Right to the target. Andino will have to protect. He'll go even further out. Hold the count at 2 strikes.
This time again reaching back, and this inning is the first time he appears to be a little winded, starting to go for a little bit more velocity reaching back. I think sensing that this is probably it for him. Mariano Rivera in the bullpen.
You saw Rothschild and the skipper talking at the start of the inning, the pitching coach for the Yankees and Joe Girardi. There they are.
And just his 84 pitches.
0-2 the count, runner at first base. Delivery to Andino. Yankees again were headed to the dugout. That's twice in the inning where the infield has literally taken 2 steps towards the dugout.
And for me, again, I'm becoming an umpire. I think this just misses, and I'm not sure where it's going to show up. But again, he's on that outside. He's trying to stretch that outside corner. But he has clearly missed it this inning.
Andino with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Reynolds off first base. Set up way outside again. Runner goes. It's out there. Here's the throw, and it gets by. It'll be an error on Cervelli, a stolen base, and an error, and the Orioles get a runner to third.
I think it really has cost Bartolo Colon being anxious, trying to get this inning over with a strikeout to the outside corner, and now we've witnessed something that we haven't seen for 165 or so innings. A stolen base with Bartolo Colon on the mound.
Reynolds gets his second. He's 2 for 2 in stolen bases. Now can the Orioles get the big hit? Andino's got a 2-ball, 2-strike count. 166 innings between stolen bases against Cologne. Andino
playing a little gamesmanship.
Two-two delivery, and Andino goes down swinging. And Cervelli pumps the fist. And Colon gets the out he needed. Runner stranded at third. We go to the 9th. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Honda. Visit your Honda dealer during the Really Big Things sales event for great offers on all Honda cars and trucks. So the one unearned run that came in the 4th inning is still the only one on the board, and we go to the 9th.
And Kevin Gregg will come out of the bullpen. Try to hold this where it is. Going back to Fenway Park. Third of an inning. Couple of walks. Retired the first man. And then wall ball by Adrian Gonzalez. Give the Red Sox the come from behind win. But it was really the walks in that game that hurt Kevin Gregg.
Here's Cano. And he will foul it back. Cano, Swisher, and Gardner due up in the inning here in the top of the ninth. 1-6-1 for the Yankees. 0-3-1 for the Orioles. The Yankees have left 6. The Orioles have left 3. Robinson, Cano 1 for 4 off Gregg. Pitch will miss outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mariano Rivera getting ready to go.
He's had plenty of work of late and really kind of getting up late in this one. He gets up at the start of the inning, so a couple of pitches in. He figures he doesn't need as many to get loose.
1 ball, 1 strike count on Cano, hitting at .286. Been a heck of a ball game. Great pitching duel. Zach Britton, 1 unearned run, 6 hits in 7 innings. Down the line and curving foul. And Cano will make his way back. Orioles have been shut out a couple of times this year. The Yankees have not shut out an opponent this season, while being shut out 4 times. Pena and Girardi, a couple of catches. One ball, 2 strike count on Cano. Gregg's delivery again, half foul. Cano's tied for 5th in the home run department, still in the American League with 9. Bautista leading with 16 home runs on the season. One ball, 2 strike count still. And he got him. Let's take a look at our Cold Hard Blast, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Would be Nick Swisher. The sac fly that came in the 4th inning that brought the unearned run in. That's it. Now Swisher will turn around. In the air to left field, PA. The Swisher's now 16 for 99 against right-handers. Follow the Orioles with MLB.com at Bat 2011 app, iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Scores, highlights, pitch-by-pitch tracking. You can text at Bat 31826 or go to Orioles.com for details. Jason Birkin worked an inning, walked 1. Rapata came on, walked a 3rd of an inning, got the lefty he needed. Now Gregg on, 2 down, 9th inning. Gardner will get his first at bat. Came on as a pinch runner for Jones and stayed on in left field. Greg Tyner trying to get this side in order here and get to the bottom of the 9th with just that 1 run still up there. Gardner will take it away. He's had 3 home runs, couple of triples, 3 doubles among the extra base hits. 15 walks to 28 strikeouts for Gardner. 1-1 delivery to him. That's there, 1-2. Gardner's been one of their hottest hitters in the month of May, hitting .375 in the month of May, and he will pop that one foul.
Yeah, we saw him in April. He couldn't have been any colder than he was at that time. And now it turns around. The game has a way of evening itself out.
Second best average in May. Cervelli talking to Bartolo Colon. Is Cologne, you think, going to come back out?
Not well. I'm trying to think. Who's top of the order leading off?
I just wonder because Mariano out there has kind of been, as you said, he started late and he's just kind of wandered, and Cologne's still there. We didn't see Girardi shake his hand.
No, we haven't seen yet. Cologne go down into the tunnel, which happens many times.
We'll find out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be any. I guess we'll know. I mean, the two ways to play it: go out and if the leadoff man gets on, you're finished.
1-2 delivery to Gardner, just protects.
I know Rivera's had a lot of work of late, and they're very conscious now in your 40s to keep it down. Well, he does look a little bit more relaxed.
He does, doesn't he?
You can usually tell with the pitcher that a little bit of that tension is gone.
I think all of it's gone.
I think you're right. He's gone. I take it back.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Thunder and lightning now all over the place around the ballpark. 9th inning. Here's the 1-2 delivery. And Greg will get him. Wieders's got to hustle it down and does. So a 1-2-3 inning, 2 strikeouts. The Orioles go to the bottom half of the 9th inning. They'll face Mariano Rivera. It's 1-0 Yankees. Verizon Wireless update. What you're seeing here is a complaint by Buck Showalter. Mariano Rivera took a long time coming out of the bullpen. He hasn't even thrown a warm-up pitch yet, and the home plate umpire went out to him. And I don't know if they're going to cut down the number of warm-ups that he gets. But Rivera delayed getting to the mound, and Showalter didn't like it and went out to the home plate umpire and said so. So we'll see. There's 2 warm-ups thrown so far. The numbers are unbelievable.
Yeah, 6 for his last 6 in save opportunities. No runs allowed since back on April 24th. That's 8 1/3, and that's really a month's work for Rivera. This is career outing number 999. Trying to become the 5th pitcher to have 1,000 games. And we were just marveling at his career numbers against the Orioles. He's pitched 124 2/3 innings against the Orioles.
Crazy.
Just shows you how long he's been around. He owns 572 career saves, most ever in the American League, only behind Trevor Hoffman overall.
Well, they gave him his full amount of warm-ups. Well, let's update on the AT&T Player of the Game voting. Here are the results so far. You can still text in your vote, A, B, or C, to 51862. Results on the O's Extra post-game show. More of this gamemanship. Here is Chris Dickerson, who has just been called up, comes on to play in right field. Dickerson in right for Swisher. I mean, Rivera, in effect, is saying to the Orioles, you'll do it on my time.
When I'm ready, I'll be there.
I'll be in there. And that ball's hit slowly right back to him. PA, a pitch and an out. Every walk this season, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield, $50, Living Classroom Foundation, 128 walks, $6,400. Don't forget, they encourage us to take the first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. 1 down, 9th inning. Here's Jones, who has singled. 1 for 3. 66 on a 73 saves for Rivera against the Orioles, which is probably actually a good number for the Orioles compared to other teams.
Yeah, some clubs, he's got 8 losses against the Orioles.
And that's a strike to Jones.
He's given up 11 home runs to the Orioles.
Jones 1 for 8 against him. 1 unearned run, that's it. The only one on the board. Yankees got it 4th inning. The 0-1 delivery. Jones will foul it away. Strike 2.
Rivera used to live at 95, 96, right at 90. Zach Britton staying around, seeing how this one turns out.
1 unearned run on 6 hits over 7 innings. Zach Britton coming off the 9 innings without giving up a run in the last game, and did not give up an earned run in this one either. But could be the losing pitcher. Here's the 0-2 delivery, and that's going to be a base hit into center field. Adam Jones fisted that one. 1 away in the 9th.
Well, this one they tried to get a little tricky and throw for to try to come inside and nip the inside corner. And Adam Jones just see him pull those hands right in and get the barrel to it. It's a nice piece of hitting.
Nick Markakis with the 5 for 16 against Mariano Rivera. The Orioles' 4th hit of the ball game. 3 singles and a double. 1 down. Yankees are trying to get their first shutout as a team this year. Orioles, as we said, have been shut out a couple of times on the season. Can the Orioles do it again against Rivera? Markakis, he got jammed and fouls it off.
Yeah, trying to be quick to keep that cutter off his hands. That's the thing. There's no aura with the Orioles and Mariano Rivera. I mean, they're very comfortable. And Rivera still has the same quality of stuff, but there's not that. Used to be almost fear in the hitters' minds going up and trying to get jammed against Rivera. Or have you look funny? That's gone.
Orioles have not won a ball game, trailing after 8. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Markakis, he's got a base hit. Can he take third base? Dickerson up. Here's the throw. It'll be cut off. The Orioles cover the corners with 1 out.
Well, as we said, he'll get that bat head out to try to beat that cutter before it can get to your knuckles. And with Adam Jones being held on, he said that's exactly what Markakis does. So a nice at bat by Adam Jones to get on base. Nice bat by Markakis to hit it through that hole. And with speed with Adam Jones. See how the Yankees are going to play it. And having a discussion, infield discussion. Again, used to seeing Derek Jeter out at shortstops. Very unusual. And I'm not sure how you defend against Vladimir Guerrero in this situation.
And it is raining. Guerrero is 0 for 3. And he lifts one in the air to left center field. Gardner is there. Jones will tag. It's a blown save as the Orioles tie it in the 9th at 1.
You can see how easy it is and how well played it is to score. Inside fastball from Rivera. At first I thought Vladdy got enough of it to hit it out. A little bit down on the handle. And they'll concede that run in.
So the Orioles have at least done one thing again. They have a blown save number up against Mariano Rivera. There are now 2 down. Here is Luke Scott, runner at first base. Pitch is inside for a ball. Vladimir Guerrero in the bottom of the ninth, tying it. That is RBI number 16 for Guerrero.
It really is amazing to me how this all works. I really believe if Colon goes back out, this game's probably over. But when you have someone throwing as well as Colon, I don't care if it's Mariano Rivera coming in. It changes things. You think you can score.
Luke Scott will put it up in the air towards second base. Cano is there, and he's got it. And we are going to go to extra innings. Bottom of the ninth, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. The Orioles tie it. Vladdy the RBI. His third save of the year. Ball game is tied at 1-1.
Yeah, first game in the 17th appearance for Koji. 17 innings of work, just 11 hits and the 19 strikeouts, and pitched in that wild one up in Fenway. Pitched the 8th inning. Gave up a leadoff double to Youkilis and a couple of ground balls outs, and then intentional walk, and was able to strike out Jed Lowry and get Kyle Crawford to get out of that 8th and the somewhat faithful 9th. But again, of all the relievers, he has probably been the most reliable of late.
The Orioles in extra inning ball games are 2 and 3, as are the Yankees. Rivera will watch on the bench. Bartolo Colon, his 8-inning, 3-hit performance with no runs, non-decision. Zach Britton, 1 unearned run over 7 on 6 hits, also non-decision.
Yeah, masterpieces by both. Why does it work that way? You had the Vargas and Britton last time. You know, both pitchers have it working.
So Koji O'Hara will go to the 10th inning, facing 8, 9, and 1. Eduardo Nunez will lead it off. He is 0 for 2 in a sacrifice. Cervelli and then Jeter. And the pitch from O'Hara is in there for a strike. A very light mist as there are thunderstorms around the area. That's going to catch the outside corner for a strike. Koji with the 0-2.
That's only Koji's second game against the Yankees this year. Hasn't allowed anything. No walks, a couple of strikeouts.
Lifetime, Koji's got a win, 2 losses, and a save in 7 previous games. ERA of 4.2 against the Yankees. That will miss outside, and a ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and he got him. Nunez goes down swinging.
Yeah, low middle, nothing fancy from Koji, right by Nunez.
The regular catcher is now going to pinch hit for the Yankees. Cervelli, who caught in the ball game, at an 0 for 3. This is Russell Martin. who has done the majority of the catching. 252, 7 homers, 22 RBIs. He has not faced Koji Uehara before.
He's had a couple of big games against the Orioles this year. Had that 2-home run game back earlier in the year.
1 down. Martin will take the pitch for a ball. 4 hits in his last 18 at bats. 1-0 delivery, and he'll go to the hole, and he's got a base hit. Russell Martin comes on as the pinch hitter, delivers the single, the 7th hit for the Yankees in the ballgame. And for Martin, his first as a pinch hitter. Ayala in the bullpen. Derek Jeter 2 for 4. He has upped his lifetime .313 average here at Camden Yards with this ball game so far. 1 away. Infield looking for 2, and it's a strike. Jeter 2 for 7 off Koji. Orioles, after their first one of the year against this Yankee team that's beaten them 4 straight. This is only a 2-game series with Sabathia and Guthrie going tomorrow. Here's the 0-1. Wieters will block it. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Rivera giving up the run on a couple of hits in the bottom of the 9th with the blown save in the ball game. Martin back. Orioles have used their closer. Kevin Gregg came on and struck out 2, retiring the 3 he faced in the 9th inning. Inside to Jeter.
Take a look at his last pitch from Koji.
It is amazing Jeter's not hit more often as he really leans into pitches. He's been hit twice. Those Jeter base hits that go to right field.
Oh, yeah.
He leans over the plate and just kind of wax ball serves them to right.
Now he's striding towards that outside corner. He's not leaning away.
Girardi sent the runner. Martin will come back, and the count goes to 2-2.
Koji really not a sinker ball or ground ball type pitcher, more of a fly ball pitcher. I think Girardi, if they put him in motion, it's one thing. And looking at some of Jeter's numbers and why the average has been down, is hitting so many ground balls as a way of staying out of 2.
He'll foul that one back again. Jeter, for the first part of this season, has been the #1 ground ball hitter in the American League.
And that's usually, and many times it's a player in decline when you see those numbers go up. That's why the New York press has been all over the story about the demise of Derek Jeter.
Despite those, he's only grounded into 3 double plays on the year. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Martin not going. Jeter gone. Foul tipped into the middle.
Well, the Orioles strikeout starting to mount. That's 2 now for Koji this inning. Kevin Gregg struck out a couple. Let's see Jeter again.
Curtis Granderson.
Yeah, Koji trying, or certainly Jeter trying to inside out that ball. The ball just beat him. Only one of the Yankees strikeouts of the called variety.
That'll be in the dirt. Wieters again going down to block it.
And have the Orioles with 7 strikeouts, only 1 swinging.
We are in the 10th inning, 2 down, score tied 1-1. Curtis Granderson 0 for 3 and a walk in the ball game. Martin off first, big shift on for Granderson, and a strike taken.
The 1-0 pitch. Again, very expansive zone. Up, down, in, and out. Good night to be a pitcher.
1-1. 1-2. The Yankees coming into the game as a team 9th in strikeouts offensively in the league. Runner going, and he got him. Koji strikes out the side. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning, Scott. Wieters, Hardy, and Reynolds. The starters numbers, 1 unearned run in 7 innings. He gave up just 6 hits, walked 3, and struck out 4. Britton giving the Orioles a chance in the 7 innings that he worked, and over the last 8, Mike.
Yeah, last 8 games, you can tell that about 7 innings of work each time out. Hits 20 less than inning pitched. ERA minuscule at under 1.5. Couple of complete games involved in it. Strikeouts better than 2-1, and Britton actually pitched a little better than those numbers. Pretty incredible last couple of starts. That's now 6 out of his 9 starts. He's allowed 1 or no runs in his outings.
So, deeper into the bullpen, Luis Ayala.
Yeah, more of the long man out of the Yankee bullpen. 7th appearance of the year. Pretty good ERA at 2.16. He made his 6th appearance of the season a couple days ago at Tampa Bay. Allowed a hit. Been around journeyman's, pitched for a number of clubs. Fastball, slider, straight change. He has all the pitches. 2010 pitched in AAA for 3 organizations. The Dodgers, the Rockies, the Diamondbacks went 2-10 with 4 saves along the way. So been around.
Matt Wieters will lead it off against him. Wieters with a 1 for 3, a single. Matt now with an 8-game hit streak. Ayala's delivery is down the line in left field. Gardner will not have a play. Those extra will be coming up next. For the Orioles, they hope that's real soon. Just like Jim and Rick.
They don't want to be extra.
No. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and Wieters will take the pitch outside. Trailed all the way to the bottom of the 9th inning. The unearned run scored, sac fly by Swisher in the fourth. Bottom of the ninth. Jones got the one-out single. Markakis single, moving him to third. Guerrero brought him home with a sacrifice, and Wieters has got another base hit. So Matt, with another multi-hit ball game, leads off the 10th inning with a single. The Orioles need one.
Well, we'll see what happens here. There's a nice piece of hitting by Matt Wieters. Go with a clean single into left field. And this is really textbook. Right off the barrel, clean single to left.
The 12th multi-hit game for the Oriole catcher this year. Here is J.J. Hardy. A-Rod has moved in at third base. Hardy 0 for 3. Yankees playing for the sacrifice. He does square and takes it outside for a ball. Hardy has one let me check. One sacrifice this year.
I think Matt Wieters going to have to get a pretty good jump. Not a lot of foot speed with Wieters at first base. Whoop. That's what I mean. He's trying to get a good jump.
Got him on a half step towards second.
I mean, I'm sure this is one of those cases that you had a chance, you'd pinch run. Watch the lean.
Orioles playing shorthanded. Lee's not on the DL, but he's not available to play. And there's a bunt that's going to be foul. His Torres did go on the DL today. Snyder taking his place. Petzold having to play short on that bench. Fortunately for a game like this, with the rain out, the Orioles have the bullpen rested. Hardy looking down to third to Russell. Jim Johnson is ready in the bullpen. Rapata worked a third of an inning to get a lefty. Burke in 2/3 of an inning, 1 walk. Gregg 1 inning, 2 strikeouts. Koji O'Hara 3 strikeouts in the inning he worked so far. Martin is doing the catching as he came on to pinch hit. Stays in the ball game. Russell Martin. Nobody out. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Hardy. Luis Ayala with a look. Not bunting to short. Play by Nunez 1. Relay to first is not in time. A-Rod breathing a sigh of relief because he was charging at third base.
Yeah, right in close. Take the bunt off, goes to the hit. Nunez pretty good relay to Cano. Cano just keeping it down, 1 hop at first. I think what he was trying to do is to keep Matt Wieters off him, get him into a slide early so we'd have a clear throw to first.
So the Orioles will exchange runners at first base. Hardy for Wieters. Mark Reynolds grounded out, flied out, drew a walk, made it all the way to third in the 8th inning, but was stranded. Wieters back on the bench. Ayala with 1 away. Will miss outside for a ball. Better with the runners on. Better yet with runners in scoring position for Hardy, even though that average overall stays at 188 for Reynolds. Reynolds have a chance here at the outfield, very deep. Drop one in somewhere if he can get the bat on it. He has had such struggles here at Camden Yards, a ballpark the Orioles hope he'll be able to hit well in. He's hitting 0.97 in his own home yard.
Yeah, just 6 for 64 now.
One-0 count. And he lifts that one in the air to right center. Granderson, runner halfway. 2 down. Robert Andino. Andino came up with that runner at third base in the 8th inning and struck out. The only time he's been up with anybody on. There haven't been many on in the ball game for the Orioles, stranding 4. Oh for 3 in the game, hitting at .274. Again, Hardy back to the bag on the lob toss over. Orioles playing without Brian Roberts. Headaches. Got to the ballpark today. Doctors took a look at him. We haven't heard anything else on that, but Brian's not available, so Lee's not available. That's 2 guys who are not on the DL, but who are not available to play. Andino fouls it off. So Andino got his first start at second base in the game. P.A. got the start in left, and Scott moved into first. Teixeira holding the runner at first base with 2 down. Andino to short. Nunez with a second. Cano there, and that's the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We go to the 11th, tied at 1. Monday at Boston for the bullpen, and tonight against the Yankees completely different.
Yeah, tonight 3 innings, just 1 hit allowed, a walk and 5 strikeouts. The game in Boston, a whole nother story. So now with the off day yesterday, Jimmy Johnson will come in. 19th outing of the season for Jimmy, 2-1 with a 4.09. Was really frustrated after his outing in Boston. Felt like he gave up some bloop hits. I know Veritek hit a shot down the line. There was a ball that got by Luke Scott in the outfield. All these little things that added up to a tough outing, and felt he had great stuff, and he has had great stuff for the most of the season. So he'll come on here in his career. 0-3 lifetime against the Yankees. 1 save. The ERA pretty high though, around 5.
And Mark Teixeira will lead it off against him. Change up. Teixeira's had an 0 for 3 and a walk in the game. He's now 6 for 18 this year against the Orioles. Teixeira's 0 for 8 off Johnson. Misses without up high, and a 1-ball 1-strike count. We are in the 11th inning, the first game of this short 2-game series. 1-1 delivery. Joe Girardi's Yankees, who have struggled getting out of the losing streak last night, winning their first game in 7. Had the lead going to the bottom of the 9th in this one and lost it. Rivera the blown save. The Orioles, Guerrero the sac fly to tie it. But Showalter's team trying to make it a comeback win in extra innings. 2-2 delivery to Teixeira. He got him.
Jimmy Johnson throws in the whole assortment. This 2-2 pitch will finish him off with a breaking ball. So he saw the changeup, the 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and then finished off with the breaking ball. And the Orioles going to that strikeout mode.
6 of the last 8 Yankees have struck out. Here is A-Rod. Big night, 3 hits, runs scored. He hits in there for a strike to him. Rodriguez has also hit into a double play. 3 for 4. Ball game, 3 for 9 lifetime off Johnson.
I think Jimmy Johnson going through the heart of this lineup. Last pitch, 101.
Well, one day Rod's going to come inside.
Again, I'm not sure if that Raiders had a couple of blips with the battery being rested for a while, but clearly when A-Rod walks in, pitchers go back and get a little bit extra.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Orioles outfield back, swung around a little bit, squeezed the middle of the field, and that will miss down low, and the count will go to 2-1. A-Rod at this point is not up among the leaders offensively in the top 10 categories in the American League. Fouls that one back into the screen, and a 2 ball, 2 strike count. Jim Johnson with the 2-2. Rodriguez now with the 621 homers, 6 on the list. He is 9 behind Ken Griffey Jr., who is the next. RBI-wise, he's 10th, and Mel Ott is 10 ahead of him and 9th on the all-time RBI list. Here's the 2-2 delivery. A-Rod takes it, and it's full, 3-2.
We talked a lot about certainly the great Harmon Killebrew before the game, and he had hit the most home runs against the Orioles with 68. Ted Williams was next with 57. A little surprisingly, maybe not, A-Rod at 56, then behind Ted Williams.
Here's the 3-2 delivery, and foul it back. Again, what comes into play on those numbers is the number of games now that are played with the unbalanced schedule. These teams in the East in this case.
See the classic power stroke of A-Rod just on top of it, but you're right. All those appearances by Rivera. You're in a different division. You're not seeing him.
3-2 is chopped in front of the plate to short. Hardy. 2 down.
And I guess this will tell you what Buck Showalter thinks is his best reliever, maybe other than your closer, who's sort of assigned certain innings. Have Jimmy Johnson given the responsibility to go through to share A-Rod and Cano, with 2 of those 3 being left-handed hitters. Shows you what he thinks of Jimmy Johnson. I mean, this is a big dodge. If you can get through this half inning, through this part of the Yankee lineup, you got to feel good about your chances.
Robinson Cano stands in 1 for 4. With the base hit, he did extend his hit streak to 4 games. He would take the pitch for a ball. Getting at 284 now.
Big numbers against Jimmy Johnson, a little surprising. But the Orioles have the top of the order coming. That's how a manager will look at this game.
And a fair ball. Wieters plays it and gets it. So Johnson retires the side in order. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning with P.A., Jones, and Markakis. tomorrow for Game 2 and the final one of this short set. Jeremy Guthrie and CC Sabathia. Our coverage on Masson HD begins at 6:30 with O's Extra, presented by Verizon 4G LTE, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on Masson. There are the numbers for the two starters. Jeremy's going, maybe they're saving the runs for me.
Yes, like they always do.
Yes.
I am so fortunate.
Ayala will stay on. Gave up a single in the 10th. Here is Felix Piet in the leadoff spot, an 0 for 4. Jones and Markakis will follow. And Piet will take the pitch down low for a ball. Ayala's delivery. And gets that one in there. Piet with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Doing Logan for the Yankees. Here's the 1-1. Piet with a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
Well, you think these Oriole left-handers will get a good look. Sort of a sidearm slinging action by Ayala.
Right-handers 1-2 delivery. Piet to second base. Short hopped it in to shallow right field. Cano could not play it. And this happened in the 10th. The Orioles get the leadoff man on in the 11th.
That's one of those. That hurt. I don't know if they got any leather on it, but may have got him right on the wrist. A little backdoor cutter. Tries to allay. You can see him take the glove off right away. I think that got all wrist and no glove.
It is a base hit. The Orioles and Yankees both have 7 hits. Cano is trying to walk it off. Rodriguez is halfway in on Jones. I mean, he is in. Adam has not sacrificed this year. Now A-Rod backs up a step. Piet with real good speed on at first base. Wayne Kirby talking to him as he looked over to Russell at third for the signs. Ayala's delivery is swung on and missed. A good slider. You know, the first slider we've seen thrown in a ballgame.
Yeah. Sidearm, little slingy slider. But again, he's much tougher on right-handers than left. Left-handers hitting .318 against Ayala with a home run.
0 on the count. A-Rod backs up even with a bag at third. Rodriguez just playing cat and mouse game at third base.
A-Rod staring at John Russell as if he knows the signs.
He was looking like,
come on. Oh, same thing? Okay, thanks. I'll back up.
Stays on the grass. 0-1 count. Does show bunt. Trying to get it towards second base. Teixeira will get it to Cano. It is a sacrifice for Jones, his first of the year.
I'll get him in scoring position for the left-handed bat of Markakis. Now it's a decision for Joe Girardi. Is he going to have Ayala go through it? And then you have the right-hander Guerrero behind him. Going to pay me now or pay me later. See a conference in the Yankee dugout discussing, I'm sure, just that. They want to spend the left-hander. Instead of doing that, looks like they're going to put him on.
First base open. As they signal for the intentional pass to be given.
And with that, there'll be more action in the Yankee bullpen, and Boone Logan will now get ready for Luke Scott a couple hitters later.
Nick Markakis will get his second intentional pass.
And I wouldn't think that Girardi would like this Guerrero-Ayala matchup.
No.
He's going to, if he stays this way, and there really is no other right-hander loose in the bullpen, so it's going to have to go through Guerrero.
And there's ball 4. So runners at first and second here in the bottom of the 11th with one down. That will bring out Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach.
It could be one of those, whatever you do, don't throw it down the middle, because he's going to be swinging. I just want to plant that seed. Boone Logan's ready.
Amari Sonnet and Boone Logan.
Santa just getting ready.
This is about how they're going to pitch to him. Home plate umpire Dan Bellino's on his way out.
I mean, this is the big matchup of the evening, so Larry Rothschild just making it straight, getting it straight how they want to go about facing Guerrero. It's like throw it over, but don't give him anything to hit. And it's like saying I've seen the future, and it's much like the present, only longer.
Yes. Here is Vladdy. He delivered the sac fly in the 9th inning that tied this ball game up. Runners at first and second, one away. The outfield actually has to come in a little bit. And Vladdy, that'll be taken inside for a ball. Interesting, the Yankees have shortened it up a little in the outfield, so if there's a base hit, they'll have a play at the plate.
That's the way you want to be able to throw out PA, actually, at second. And they're not shallow enough, I don't think, if with a base hit to throw him out from that depth.
Vladdy will foul it off, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Guerrero.
Well, what we've seen is that these Yankee pitchers have tried to jam Guerrero. Fastballs in early and then maybe sweep a breaking ball off the plate.
Guerrero officially 0 for 3 in the ball game. PA being watched at second base by Cano very closely.
You see Vladdy's open up that front foot, the left foot, so he's sort of looking in there.
Here's the 1-1. Guerrero will foul it off again as Ayala stays down and in.
A late breaking runner from Ayala.
Tough ball game dominated by the pitchers. Each team with a run on 7 hits. Each team's committed an error. Orioles have left 8. The Yankees 7. PA's a potential winning run on at second base. 1-ball, 2-strike count on Guerrero, set up way outside, and he doesn't chase. 2-2. Now Derek Lee is not on the DL. Standing there, at least acting as though he might be available to hit.
Well, I used to do that. Get up there and frighten them.
Yes. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Vladdy to the hole. A-Rod diving. He can't get it out of the glove. Throws it wild. And going back to third base, PA, who almost took off for home. Teixeira saves the ball game for the moment.
Wow, what a play on the end by Teixeira. A-Rod couldn't get him out of his glove. He had an easier play to second base, and watch him change his mind. He did a nice job of cutting it off. Can't get it, then from his knees, just about throws it down the right field line. And PA was ready to go home. He's watching the throw, and he thought he got just a great play by Teixeira.
That will bring Girardi out. That will be it for Ayala. And Boone Logan will come on. The Orioles in the 11th inning with 1 down have loaded the bases. They only need 1 to win it.
Boone Logan will come out of the bullpen, making his 17th appearance on the year. 11 innings, 11 hits, 5 earned runs, 5 walks, 6 strikeouts. He really was the go-to lefty. He had a terrific year last year for the Yankees. Hadn't quite had the same type of season. He just dominated lefties, held them to a 190 average last year. This year, they're up over 300 against Boone Logan. So this is one of those situations, bases loaded. This is a critical at bat.
Felix P.A. Third base umpire scared.
I think he was going to have the hidden umpire trick.
Teddy Randazzo came over. All right, the infield, of course, has moved in. PA with good speed at third. Bases loaded, 1 out. Luke Scott, a double. 1 for 4 in the ball game. PA scores, Orioles win.
And I'm sure Luke's just trying to hit this ball right back up the middle. Nothing fancy. Don't want to be way out in front.
1 down. First pitch is inside for a ball.
Kind of a backup breaking ball. And again, the count is critical. If it gets a 2-0, you really feel the pressure swing to the pitcher. Logan.
Scott is 0 for 4 off Boone Logan.
And I would think he's going to have a fastball to hit right here.
1-0 delivery to him. An off-speed breaking ball in for a strike. 1-1.
Gets him back in the count. Big pitch. Was that get me over breaking ball?
Luke looking for the game-winning RBI. Here in the bottom of the 11th inning of a 1-1 ball game. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Scott will take it foul. And 1-2. Logan, obviously, after the strikeout ground ball, he's got him 1-2 in the count.
And this is where now Luke has to defend with Logan having the advantage. 1-2. So if you're a pitcher, if it gets to 2-2, you just start thinking about that walk in the back of your mind. So this is the pitch right here that Luke needs to defend and put in play.
PA, the potential winning run. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Infield creeps in a little more. And he did get the strikeout.
That's why the count is everything in the game with that 1 pitch to get ahead. And now he can expand the zone.
Now Matt Wieters.
Just trying to think, what is Wieters' numbers with runners in scoring position?
About 600.
Yeah. Only 400 with the bases loaded.
And that will bring Rothschild, the pitching coach, back out again. There are the numbers with 2 outs with runners in scoring position. A mere 600.
9 for 15. That's a pretty good body of work. That's not like 1 for 3 or 2 for 6.
They will leave the left-hander in because this is not Matt's stronger side. 233 right-handed, 275 left.
And actually, Logan's had better success against the right-handed hitter, just hitting 125, 2 for 16. Somewhat of an anomaly.
Orioles have just got the score here. They got the bases loaded with 1 out. Scott could not get it done. Now Wieters, 2 singles. 2 for 4 in the ball game. Matt will take it. It'll miss outside for a ball. 20,000 plus have hung in for the most part. And why not? Heck of a ball game. PA let it off with a single. He's the run the Orioles need at third. Outfield can back up now with 2 down. 2-0. There's no place to put him.
No. I mean, this is a critical pitch here to be a strike. The don't want to go 3-0. That strike zone gets real small, so this is going to be Matt Wieters' pitch right here.
Here's the 2-0 delivery. Wieters got one, but he popped it up to right. Dickerson is there. And we go on. A great chance that the Orioles do not convert as they leave the bases loaded, and it remains 1-1. Haven't been into Camden Yards yet? Make sure you check out the food court and all the new great places you can dine. Like Oh What a Dog, Das Sausage House by the Slice Pizza. Joining some of the all-time favorites, Pollock Johnny's Sausage, the Natty Bowl Brat. Well, all you got to do is come to Camden Yards, take a look. And in advance, you can even go to Orioles.com/guide and get a printable map of the concession booths, which is about what we're going to do in one more inning. Ball game tied at 1. We go to the 12th. If I'd have known this, I'd have eaten more. Because I say that every day.
You sound like Mickey Mantle.
Oh, off the glove of Hardy and into left field. Dickerson, in his first at bat, who came on for Swisher to play right, delivers a single to lead off the 12th.
Hey, look, he's just off the end of J.J. Hardy's glove.
So now it's the Yankees' turn to play small ball as Dickerson is on with the single. Mark Reynolds has already moved in at third. This is a tough one. This is a real good bunter and a speedster in Brett Gardner. Gardner didn't get in the ball game till late. Had an at-bat in the 9th, struck out. Jim Johnson still on. There's the bunt. It is fair. Stayed right on the line. Scott will get over to cover in a sacrifice for Gardner.
First glance, I thought it hit him. Take a look at this bunt. If that ball started foul and just crept fair.
5 of the 9 sacrifices for the Yankees belong to Gardner. So now the potential go-ahead runs on at second base. Eduardo Nunez, the shortstop, has an 0 for 3 in a sacrifice. Martin is now in the number 9 spot, the Yankee catcher, Russell Martin. Jim Johnson gets the pitch on the corner for a strike. Johnson retired the side in order in the 11th inning. Rapata, Birkin, Gregg, Uehara, and Johnson have worked out of the bullpen for the Orioles. Rivera, Ayala, and Logan for the Yankees. Rivera blowing the save, his 3rd of the year. Down to third. Reynolds will hold the runner. Get the out. 2 down.
Well, Bullpen certainly had his problems in Fenway Park. Not tonight so far.
So there are 2 away. Nossi in the bullpen. Martin had a single and the only at bat he has had in the ball game. Johnson with 2 down and a runner on at second base. And Russell Martin will take one up and in. There are the numbers tonight. 0 for 6 for the Yankees, 2 for 8 for the Orioles. Orioles are 3rd in the league in that department. The Yankees are 7th overall.
Yankees coming out of Tampa Bay where they went 7 for 14.
Johnson will step off a little too far off the bag. Dickerson at second base. One 0 count. Will miss with it. Stayed inside. Count goes to 2-0.
45th batter of the game.
Yankees got an unearned run in the 4th inning. Knocked in by Swisher, bringing Rodriguez home. That stood up until the 9th inning, when in the bottom of the 9th, Jones got a single with 1 away. Markakis singled. Guerrero a sac fly to tie it. Strike on the upper part of that strike box, and it's 2-1. Martin to third. Foul ball. Game of inches again.
Almost a look from Reynolds' point of view.
Pretty good lead at second base for Dickerson. And Dino, the second baseman, holding him a bit. Here's the 2-2 and a chopper. This is going to be a very tough play. Hardy bare hands it, nowhere to go. Infield hit from Martin over to third base. Dickerson.
Very wise play by Hardy to just put it in his pocket. The all or nothing rolls up his arm. Actually, pretty nice job of just getting a handle on it. One thing you tell about Hardy, he has good hands.
So runners at first and third, a little more bullpen talk. There are 2 down, but here's Jeter. Jeter 2 singles. He is 2 for 5 in the ball game. This ball game has been filled with moments. Jeter 2 for 10 off Johnson. And a strike taken. Ricardo getting up. Jeter has hit only 162 with runners in scoring position this year. Overall, 258. Johnson really jammed him.
Staying right in on the hands.
Dickerson off third. Martin off first. Top of the 12th, 1-1. Here's the 0-2 delivery. Runner goes. No throw. Maybe I suspect a stolen base. So now there are 2 in scoring position. I mean, that can really matter on the base hit. A chance to get 1 instead of 2.
That eliminates a base for a force, too.
Yep. Martin gets his 3rd stolen base. 1-2 count on Jeter. Another tough play. Reynolds was playing in and gets it. runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 are left on. Bottom of the 12th, Hardy, Reynolds, and Andino.
Esperanza, Dominican Republic, 6'3", 200 pounds, 24 years old, and making his major league debut here in a tight one in extra innings here in the 12th. We'll have to go through the bottom third of the Oriole order. As he had Buck Showalter handing some instructions to Andino of different situations when he goes up to the plate. See his numbers at AAA. Scranton in 4 games. He's a power pitcher in the minor leagues at a 8-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. So we'll get our first look at him too.
Game tied at 1. What a night for Buck Showalter to be playing with that short bench. 2 guys unavailable but not on the DL. Roberts and Lee. Brandon Snyder was put on the roster just before the game as Torres went on the DL. He had some numbness in his fingers that were bothering him, so they're taking a look at that. Brian Roberts had headaches, apparently from the headfirst slide in Boston in the game 2 days ago. He was being examined today as well. And Girardi's Yankees wear him out a little more. They've had some long nights lately. So he's in the books now as his first major league pitch is a strike. J.J. Hardy leading it off. Hardy's had an 0 for 4. Reynolds and then Andino. Nosi's delivery down to third and foul. Boone Logan coming on to get a couple of outs. The Yankees needed in that 11th inning as the Orioles left the bases loaded. Here's the 1-2 delivery. There's a good breaking ball.
A pretty good breaking ball up in the eyes of J.J. Hardy. Wanted it low and away, just a spinner in the middle, really swung through it.
1 down in the bottom half of the 12th inning. Here's Reynolds. Reynolds is 0 for 3 and a walk. Bartolo Colon, midpoint of this game, retired 13 Orioles in a row from the end of the 2nd all the way up to the top of the 7th. Then the Orioles offense got going late, real late in the bottom of the 9th inning. And that'll be outside for a ball. Though we've played, the Yankees have come to the plate for 12 innings, haven't scored an earned run in this game. Outside to Reynolds. Ricardo's been up for an inning plus. There's only one left.
That's a very lonely feeling.
There's another off-speed breaking ball swung at and missed, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
Yeah, you can see where it'd be tough on the right-handed hitters with that low three-quarter sidearm delivery. He's about 6'4" to boot. So that doesn't help.
Here's the 2-2. Came back inside and got him 2 strikeouts to start his major league career.
And as Reynolds talking to him, so I think Girardi's saying the same thing. You know what? He just hung that one so badly. Watch it just stay in. He's trying to throw it low and away, and it's a spinner to the inside. So he's been a little bit fortunate in this debut. He's having the same conversation. Hey, you know, it's really. We better get him through this inning. Who do we have left?
A 1-0 count, Robert Andino.
Yeah, who is going to go through the middle of this lineup next time? And who's going to go through the middle of the Yankee lineup next time?
Here's the 1-0 delivery. Andino will take it outside. And a 2-0 count. Andino's had an 0 for 4, getting his first start of the year at second base in place of Roberts tonight. Hector Nelsie with a 2-0. And outside again. He's been looking at the scouting reports, knowing Andino tends sometimes to flail at those pitches down and away, but he hasn't gone after any of those 3. 3-0. Taking all the way, and he's on. Orioles have had only 3 walks in the ball game, and one of those was intentional.
Well, there hasn't been that many pitches thrown in this one period for a game into the 12th.
Rothschild is going out again. 3rd trip he's made to the mound.
And they don't want things to happen too quickly. Got the first 2 outs very quickly, and then what you don't want to do is walk the 9th place hitter on 4 straight pitches. I was going to face really his first left-handed hitter. I'm sure they tried to go through those 3. PA's going to get a good swing.
Russell Martin has thrown out 7 of 27. 26% behind the plate. If you're thinking about Andino taking off here with PA coming up. There are 2 down. PA in the leadoff spot got a single in the 11th inning and was stranded. The Orioles got the leadoff man on in the 11th and in the 10th and could not convert, leaving the bases loaded in the 11th inning.
I just don't think he has a lot to get PA out.
Andino back to the bag.
A real good low fastball hitter. So far, the breaking ball we've seen has been rather average. I'm sure it's better, but again, this is his debut. I'm sure he's nervous. But PA's going to get a good swing.
Nelsie's delivery to him. Adley hit hard into right field, base hit. Andino's going to make a turn. Dickerson up with it. Here's the throw coming to third base. A good one. Not in time, and that was pretty close. Nice throw by Dickerson, but taking the chance, Andino, when he gets in, PA gets the single.
And again, right in front of Robert Andino. That's a nice turn, nice throw from right field. Thought he was safe. Same thing here with Adam Jones at the plate. Adam's turned into a pretty good breaking ball hitter. He throws him one of those spinners in the middle. He's going to be all over it.
So the Orioles could not get it done when they had the bases loaded, 1 away in the 11th. Can they get it done with runners at first and third and 2 down in the 12th? Adam Jones, 2 singles, 2 for 4 and a sacrifice. 1-1 game in the 12th. And there goes Martin to the mound. understandably so, with the debuter on the mound. The one that matters, Andino at third. Rally caps are on. 2 down.
Boy, I'm not sure what that was all about.
Really not much sense running that play if your first baseman is.
I almost had a heart attack up here. And you see the look on Teixeira's face.
Don't throw it.
Please. He almost threw it to Wayne Kirby.
Adam Jones waiting. Runner goes to second. There'll be no play made there. No PA down. Just to take away the potential force at second base. Defensive indifference. No stolen base. 1-0 count. Breaking ball will miss. 2-0.
Again, I don't think he has a good enough breaking ball to get Adam Jones out.
Kind of the slur of it looks like.
It's not late breaking, and you got A-Rod in at third base. If I was A-Rod, I'd get my glove up.
There's the 2-0 delivery. Adam will take it. Another one of those pitches that doesn't catch, and it's 3-0. Do you let him hit?
No, I don't think so.
2 down. Markakis waiting on deck.
And you get on to get the left-hander up, and the odds just keep going in your favor.
Andino off third. 3-0 delivery showed and takes, and it's a strike.
It shows they're not going to give in. 3-0 breaking ball. Listen, I think if he throws that same breaking ball here, Adam's going to hit it hard.
Adam has had 18 RBIs in his last 26 games. Third highest batting average in May in the American League. 3-1 delivery to him. In the air. Towards the seats. And in them. 3-2. Oh, Nosey comes back on him.
I threw him a fastball.
Jones hitting .379 in the month of May coming into this ball game. He has been red hot, picking up multi-hit games as he goes along. Andino's at third base, the potential winning run.
I think if he threw him a breaking ball 3-0, he's going to throw him a breaking ball 3-2 with first base open.
3-2 delivery.
Martin trying to get the youngster through this inning.
A lot of pacing and watching and not much more maneuvering because they're out of players.
Pretty much. Starters will start going down that bullpen. So this is when you start getting nervous when you're a starter and you're in the dugout and they say, go put your spikes on just in case.
Again, the 3-2 delivery. Adam Jones takes it and he walked it. They're loaded. Two walks in the inning along with a couple of strikeouts for Nosey. So the Orioles have loaded him up. Nick Markakis will stand in. Nick has had a single, 1 for 4, and an intentional pass. A couple of grand slams in his career. Right now it's just any base hit to get that run in from third base. With A-Rod backed up a little. At third base, Andino will get as big a jump as he can off the bag secondary lead in case of a wild pitch or pass ball here. 2 outs. Floats that in for a strike.
I'm not so sure.
Didn't think so.
You can see the look on Markakis, he doesn't argue often. He goes, wow, if you could read his lips. There's that breaking ball missed by, maybe 6, 8. I was going to say feet, but inches.
Markakis, 1 strikeout. And Nick on a cut, and you know that swing comes from the first called strike.
You're exactly right. That first one's a strike. I got to swing at the second one. And actually, it's a better breaking ball than I've seen so far. It has some bite and finish to it.
Bounced it off the plate. 2 strike count, 2 down. Orioles trying to win it on 1 swing of the bat by Markakis. Nelsie with the 0-2 delivery. Way up high. Nick's having a very solid May, coming in, hitting at .311. He's had a couple of home runs this month. Improving on a tough April. He's had 7 multi-hit games in the last 11. So after a 204 in April, he's got a .311 in May. Nelsie ready with a 1-2. Markakis a chopper. Nelsie's got it over to Teixeira. And for the second time in extra innings, the Orioles leave the bases loaded. We go to the 13th. Innings again for the 23-year-old left-hander. He gave up just 1 unearned run on 6 hits in his outing, and he was good.
He was masterful. 58 strikes, 44 balls, and 102 pitches thrown. No earned runs allowed. 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Really just more of the same. His stuff seems to be predictable. It doesn't really matter the opponent. Just seems to be able to get it done, making it look rather easy. Jeremy Mercado make his 15th appearance of the year. Puts in that 1-game series. Would end up being up in Boston. Had a real tough inning. 12 walks, 10 strikeouts in 17 innings of work. So tonight trying to right that bullpen.
Michael Gonzalez is the only reliever left in the bullpen for the Orioles. Jim Johnson, a couple of good innings. 2 hits and a strikeout. And that a busted bloop. That will be into the first row.
Deep in on the knuckles.
Curtis Granderson has had an 0 for 4 and a walk in the ball game. These players taking their 6th plate appearance of the game for the Yankees. RBI by Swisher, sac fly 4th inning unearned. RBI, sac fly Guerrero, 9th inning to tie it. Rivera the blown save. And we're right there, 1-1, 13th inning. Pitch will be taken inside, and a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Curtis Granderson. Granderson 0 for 2 off Accardo. Not anymore. Markakis will chase. Turn will be made, but he'll stay. And the leadoff man is on in the 13th inning. That's been the name of the game for both teams here. Leadoff man was on in the 12th, now in the 13th for the Yankees. Orioles had the leadoff man on in the 10th and the 12th.
Yeah, the Yankees have had the leadoff man on a few times in this game.
Now here's Mark Teixeira. And the pitch will be up high for a ball. 6 out of the 13 innings, the Yankees have had the leadoff man on base. They've scored 1 unearned run. Boy, that doesn't happen very often for any team. Teixeira's had an 0 for 4 and a walk. Ricardo will get him back. The Yankees are 9 wins, 8 losses against the East, while the Orioles are 7-10, and it's been this Yankee team for the Orioles that's made the difference in that Eastern record since the Yankees have won 0-4. Teixeira will take the pitch. It is outside, 2-0.
Yeah, the Red Sox have been beating up on the Yankees, and so far this year the Yankees have been beating up on the Orioles. Kind of levels each out.
Boston beat Detroit 1-0, and the White Sox beat Cleveland 1-0 tonight. Tampa Bay got a 6-5 win over Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto had won 6 straight.
The bunching continues in the American League East. 2-ball, 1 strikeout to Teixeira. Granderson at first. Teixeira will hit it down the line. That's heading into foul territory. Tampa Bay with 25 wins. The Red Sox with 22. Toronto with 21. So do the Yankees have 21, and the Orioles have 19, including the games tonight. 2-ball, 2-strike count on Teixeira. Granderson not going, and Ricardo wanted it and didn't get it.
Where was that? Might be umpire fatigue. Borderline low. Teixeira gets the call.
Now a 3-ball, 2-strike count. See if Granderson runs. He does, and it's fouled away.
Granderson has 4 steals. Has been caught once. But again, the presence of Matt Wieters behind the plate really discourages most managers from just running, even with some of their better runners.
You wonder how this affects tomorrow night's game as far as Matt's concerned behind the plate. Another one of these long nights.
It's the thing, every pitch that's thrown in, which we keep track of, somebody has to throw it back and coming out of a crouch position.
Runner goes again, center field, not going to get it. Granderson will head to third. And the Yankees have runners at first and third in the 13th with nobody out.
Again, low middle. Teixeira just bloops it in the center. Nothing fancy. Granderson without hesitation, first to third.
So the best chance in extra innings, when both teams have had chances, goes to the Yankees here in the 13th with nobody out. Rodriguez is 3 for 6 with a home run off Accardo. And you see he already has in this ball game 3 singles his first 3 times up. He would score the Yankee run in the 4th inning. Yankees with 11 hits in the ball game. Infield will play at double play depth. And Rodriguez will foul it off for a strike. Ricardo, this is the third game this year he has worked against the Yankees. He'd worked 2 innings, giving up nothing prior to this 13th inning. Nobody out. And the 0-1 delivery to him. Wieters will block it down low. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Rodriguez.
Nice block by Wieters. Kind of gets lost in these games how often he does this.
One and one. Granderson third. Teixeira's at first. Rodriguez. That is a foul ball.
Wow. Everybody tangled up down at third. You see Reynolds' face, and Granderson really didn't know which way to go.
Orioles might have almost wished that was fair.
I don't. I'm tired.
Cano waiting on deck. You go for the double play here, even though it's extra innings. You give up the run in hopes you can get the 2 outs and allow only 1 in the inning. And got him! Oh, and A-Rod is hot. He is hot as he turns on Dan Bellino. Girardi coming out. This game isn't over. I need you.
You see the head shake from Alex Rodriguez. Let's take a look. 1-2 pitch. It's right there. He watched it all the way into the glove.
So Ricardo gets the strikeout. Now they will want Cano to load the bases and bring Dickerson up.
I figured that was the way that Buck was going to play. If he could get through A-Rod and go ahead and put the hot-hitting Cano. Put the pressure on that young man. Whenever in doubt, never let the proven major leaguer beat you.
Especially one who has
never
pummeled the Orioles the way Cano has over the years. Cano with just 1 hit in this ball game. 1 for 5, and now the intentional pass. There's ball 3. And that'll load him up. So Dickerson will come to the plate in just his second major league game. Made his debut Tuesday in Tampa Bay. Came from the Brewers. His second game for the Yankees. Now he stands in with the bases loaded. He came through with a base hit in the 12th inning to start the inning off. Reynolds will stay in at third base with 1 away. Everybody else double play depth. And the pitch is a strike. Dickerson with 1 down, sacks full, 1-1 game in the 13th. Ricardo with the 0-1. Close, but not quite.
Well, pretty good sinker, just missed.
Willie Randolph's been positioning the infielders, especially Andino at second base, who's playing there for the first time this year. Jammed him. That's a foul ball. 1-2.
Take a look at this pitch. Just in on the hands. Check swing. I think the pressure is really on the Yankees in this situation.
Boy, both these teams struggle to get runs. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Dickerson will take it away. Yankees got a 1-out single in the 10th. Could not get the run to be on first. Were retired 1-2-3 in the 11th. Had 2 on in the 12th inning, including the leadoff batter. Could not get the run in.
And this is where you want it all to happen. You don't want to run the count to 3-2. So right here, this should be a strike.
2-2 delivery.
Whenever you think you have the best possibility, whether it's his breaking ball or a straight changeup or his fastball, you don't want to run it to 3-2 and take a chance on a borderline pitch and all the things that can happen when you run it to 3-2.
Again, the 2-2 delivery by Accardo, and he struck him out. Foul tipped into the mitt, and there are 2 down. What a struggle in this game by the hitters.
Yeah, he expands his zone. It's out of the zone, or at least the upper extreme of the strike zone.
Now Brett Gardner will stand in. Gardner, like a couple of these players, was like Martin was supposed to have the night off. He came in, and he's been in now for his 3rd plate appearance.
Yeah, we go for 3 for 3 after having a night off.
A real speedster at the plate. It will force Reynolds to have to play in at third base.
Very shallow in the outfield,
even with 2 down. And Gardner takes it away for a ball. Yankees got the first 2 on. Rodriguez struck out. Cano got the intentional pass. And then Dickerson struck out. Now Gardner's up. 1-0 count with 2 away. And the base is still loaded. Accardo gets it in. And that'll be in the seats. Gardner's faced Accardo once, 0 for 1. Orioles have already left 7 men on in the extra innings. The Yankees have so far left 3, but they've got the bases loaded here. 1 ball, 1 strike delivered to Gardner. Ground ball to first base. Scott's got it. Unbelievable. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. The bases are left loaded again. We go to the 14th. Umpire Tony Randazzo did a lot of listening to A-Rod.
That seems like just everybody needs a shoulder to cry on. I know they do that to Gary all the time up here in the booths. You got to have someone like that around.
And I hope I was wrong when I said we go to the 14th, because we got to go to the bottom of the 13th.
I'll be crying on your shoulder soon.
Yes, you will. There are the numbers. Look at those numbers of runners left on. It's just amazing. And there were no runners through 9 innings. Now here's 6 left on base. Bases loaded 13th. The Orioles 8 left. Bases loaded 11th to 12th. Wow.
Yeah. I think a happy coaching staff right there in that shot.
Vladimir Guerrero, sac fly, RBI, 9th inning, tied the game. Blown save Rivera. 8 for his last 18. 1-1 delivery to him. That'll miss outside. Hector Nossi in his major league debut. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts in the 12th inning. And Vladimir Guerrero will fight that off.
You can see a smile on Vladdy's face. That one of those sliders up in his eyes.
Great job by Jeremy Accardo in the 13th. 2-2 delivery. Fouled away. We were joking as the game was moving along so fast in the 5th, 6th, even in the 7th inning. How everybody must have had reservations.
Oh, yeah.
They've lost them. Here's the 2-2 delivery. And Vladdy's got a base hit to right field in front of Dickerson. I mean, it's just amazing here. Another leadoff batter on in extra innings. Three of the 4 extra innings, the Orioles have gotten a leadoff man on base. Brandon Snyder, just added to the roster, will come on to run here in the 13th for Guerrero.
Intent on the signs, and I'm sure Wayne Kirby just reminding him. I'm sure when Brandon got those signs about 5 o'clock, might not be needing those tonight, but I think he will.
So the Orioles leadoff man on is their 10th hit. Here's Luke Scott. A constant barrage of changeups.
Slow, then slower. Probably the loneliest places now are the Oriole bullpen and the Yankee bullpen.
One strikeout.
I don't see anyone in the Yankee bullpen. It's like the starting catcher, Francisco Cervelli, going down and holding court. I'm free. I'm out of this game.
He spent more time down there than he did in the ball game.
Yeah.
Time-wise. Here's Luke Scott's pitch outside, and a 1-1 strike count. Snyder on at first base, the pinch runner here in the 13th inning. Orioles now have had 10 or more hits in 7 of their last 8 ball games. We've had 2 runs scored on 21 hits.
And 23 men left on.
23 left on base.
And 2 scored and 1 of them was unearned, right?
Right.
The Yankees have now struck out, 12 times on the evening? 2 called third strikes.
One ball, 1 strikeout on Scott. And a breaking ball in the dirt on a changeup again.
And try to feature something else. 3-pitch pitcher, fastball, slider, and now a straight changeup. In the book, obviously, the Yankees have on Luke Scott is if you get it in a situation where you have to throw him a fastball, don't. You just tell Lucas trying to just pull one right through that hole.
2-1 delivery to him is in the air to left field. Gardner. He's got it. So Scott retired. Had a double in the 2nd inning. Since then 0 for 5. And he'll bring up Matt Wieters. Wieters with a 2-hit ball game, 2 singles. He's 2 for 5.
Maybe we'll have to activate another pitcher.
How you feeling?
Yeah. Me? Oh, I could pitch. It's just the recovery time.
We'd see you
around Christmas, I would start to loosen up again.
Or even get out of bed.
I'd just be able to comb my hair again.
And a strike taken by Wieters. Celebrating Brooksy's birthday today. We only have 45 more minutes to do.
That's it. That's how quickly they go by.
Brooksy was 74 when we started.
And now he's 75
when we ended.
See, they already get the 5 up.
Snyder did not steal a base in Norfolk, by the way, and didn't attempt one. He's the pinch runner at first base, activated just before the ball game to take the place of his Turris, who's on the DL. Here's Nosi's 0-1 delivery and a ground ball towards the hole, but very slowly hit. Cano's got it. It doesn't seem to matter if you get the leadoff man on.
No, there's no advantage.
It doesn't help.
And if you load him up, the pressure's on the other side, not on, And that kind of a game really has had a different mood since the starters left. It was very much pitching dominated, and the rest of the time it just seems to be frustration levels.
So Hardy will step in. He's got an 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Can you have a golden sombrero in extra innings? A-Rod's still talking to Tony Randazzo, the third base umpire.
Well, what does he want Randazzo to do?
I don't know. Perhaps call and move that reservation.
Do you have your cell phone on you?
Intentional pass will be surrendered to Hardy. Ooh. That almost came in.
Well, it's been done before. Remember Todd Williams pitching to Miguel Cabrera when he was with the Marlins, trying to do this and gave up the game-winning hit.
I'm not sure I would do this with Reynolds, the next batter. With Nosi with that kind of slurve.
If it's on that plane.
If you make a mistake with a plane pitch like that, Reynolds will drive it in any event. Hardy draws the intentional pass, and Reynolds will come up. Runners at first and second here in the 13th inning with 2 down. Only one needed, the runner at second base. That's Snyder. 1-1 ball game, 13th. Nosi's delivery. He got that one far enough outside. Strike 1.
Yep, kept it out of the zone.
Yep.
But he's letting it fly. It's a pretty good breaking ball. He's thrown some that have been exceptional. He's thrown some that have backed up.
Like Britton has started the game, back out in the dugout.
And disguise himself, come in as a pinch runner.
Perhaps he could come in relief.
Yeah, for himself. That would be good.
Snyder back to the bag. Reynolds, 1 ball, 1 strike count. He's had an 0 for 4 and a walk. Picked up a stolen base. One of the base runners stranded at third in the game. Here's the 1-1 delivery. 1-2. Girardi really counting on a strikeout here, although any out will work, but figured he had a better chance to get it against Reynolds. Reynolds coming into the game 7th in strikeouts, but 10 behind the leader Austin Jackson. Way outside. 2-2.
Trying to get a little bit extra. 94. So far in this game, 52 Yankees have come to the plate, and this is the 53rd Orioles. 105 men have come to the plate.
2-2 delivery. Oh, got him on a called third strike. His third strikeout. And unfortunately, I was right. we go to the 14th, tied at 1. Runs being scored. They combined 21 hits. The Orioles only have Michael Gonzalez left in the bullpen, as Accardo will begin work here in the top of the 14th inning, his second inning work. And then it starts to get dicey.
Everything's a little thin at the moment. This is the type of game where you end up seeing pitchers in left field or pinch running, or and if you're a starting pitcher, you're probably ducking and out in the clubhouse somewhere, just afraid that they'd spot you and say, we want you to do a pinch run or the bunt or go down the bullpen, maybe pitch an inning. Become very scarce.
Jake Fox is available on the bench, but he, of course, is the backup catcher for the Orioles, and the emergency catcher is Torres, is on the DL.
Yeah, well, Brandon Snyder can catch, I guess, if need be.
Nunez, and he's going to get on to lead off the 14th inning.
Leadoff man has to get on.
That's a bad sign.
It's a league rule.
So the teams continue to be able to get the leadoff man on, and then we'll see what happens again.
Except the last 3 innings, the Yankees had the leadoff man on.
Yep. 12, 13, 14. Leadoff man's been on for the Yankees.
In those other innings, they've had a couple of hits in each of those innings and not scored.
10, 11, 13 leadoff man on for the Orioles. And nothing across.
And what is that percentage? I know Palmer uses it all the time. The percentage 75% of leadoff men scored. Well, none of them have scored tonight.
Down to 60 now.
See, this game single-handedly brought the percentage down.
Russell Martin. Martin also did not start this game. This is his third plate appearance. He's had 2 singles and a stolen base in a game he didn't start.
The night he's supposed to have off, he's had as many at-bats as the starting catcher, Cervelli, who's now down the bullpen telling stories.
He does not have a sacrifice this year. Reynolds even with the bag and closer at third, and that hit his foot. So a 2-strike count from Jeremy Accardo. Two-strike count. There goes the runner. Inside, and Readers cannot get the handle. It'll be a stolen base. Nunez. And that is no small matter.
It's not an easy thing to do. Accardo, and just a bobble. He really had the base stolen off of Accardo. That transfer, just a bobble, no chance.
Longest inning ball game the Orioles have played is this one. They went 13 against Seattle in a 7-6 win. 1-2 delivery, and that'll be fouled back as Martin just trying to punch that ball to the right side to get that runner moved up. There's nobody out. Nunez in limited games, 5 out of 6 in stealing bases. So he's on at second. Here's the 1-2 delivery by Accardo, and again tried to go to right. Longest inning ball game for the Yankees too. They've had 11 innings twice this year. We're in the 14th. One-two pitch. Jammed him. Boy, did he ever. How he hit that one. He almost had to turn square to the mound and push the bat out.
It's one of those. It may hit you in the chest unless you get it away. That's the old emergency hack. Believe me, players, I guess except for A-Rod, usually get a chuckle when there's a funny swing.
Well, he got it in the right side, but he didn't want that. Scott in foul territory, and there's another big out, an unproductive out. Ooh. That throw went all the way to third, and there was nobody backing up third base there.
No movement whatsoever.
So Martin's retired.
Yeah,
one down.
Yeah, the longest game of my inning has been 19. That was on June 4th, 1967. Longer extra inning game by time, 6 hours and 15 minutes.
Why are you looking that up?
I just was kind of curious, you know. Just wondering right about now if the rain was about to start. You know, it has to be something, a plague or something.
Here's Derek Jeter, the DH for this ball game. He's had 2 singles, 2 for 6. Yankees 1 for 12. The Orioles 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position in the ball game. 25 base runners have been left on. Runner off second base, 1 down. Nunez the runner. Jeter the strike. Count, Andino holding Nunez close. Jeter will take it. It's away. And the count goes to 1-1. Derek Jeter, watched by the coaching staff. Orioles starter Zach Britton. One delivery. Lost in the game will be the 2 starts, with Bartolo Colon giving him no runs on 3 hits in 8 innings and doesn't win the game, while Britton gave up 1 unearned run in 7 innings, 6 hits, and both non-decision. Rivera the blown save, giving up the only run that the Orioles have. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Jeter got jammed. Andino's got it. 2 down. Credit all of the pitchers in this game. I mean, nobody's given in this ball game. And in all of these at bats, really tough pitches have been made.
Yeah, there's been some, nice appearances, tough appearances out of the bullpen that'll get lost because, frankly, there's been so many of them. And there's been, as I say, numerous opportunities.
Now runner at third base, Curtis Granderson. And a good step off, trying to get a balk right there on Accardo. At third base, he just started running, hoping maybe some move would be made. It would be called. And the pitch will be taken down low for a ball. Nunez, the runner at third base. Granderson with good speed, so Gardner plays in. Everybody else back. 1-0 delivery. 2-0. Granderson's base hit came in the 13th when he let it off with a single and was stranded with the bases loaded. Ricardo gets the strike in, 2-1. Check swing, strike called. And the count's at 2-2.
A little bit off the outside part of the plate.
That'll get a short. Hardy's up. And again, the leadoff man on meant absolutely nothing. No runs, one hit, no errors, another base runner left on. We go to the bottom half of the 14th. Up at 1-1, Gary Thorne, Mike Flanagan here. Nosey's going to stay on, the kid making his debut for the Yankees, because they don't want to go to Chamberlain or to Robertson or even to Amari Sonnet, because they all pitched yesterday.
Yeah, you know, there's some pitchers in the Yankee bullpen that have been worked 3 of the 4 last days, and you just don't want to go near them, and it's really hard to do and stay away from them, but he's going to have to ride it out.
Well, let's see how it goes as we go to the bottom half of the 14th. They really don't want to go to Jabba Chamberlain. I mean, that would really have to be an emergency call. Chamberlain has worked the last 3 days, and Joe Girardi said, I just can't.
Yeah, I don't even think in an emergency you do it. Sometimes you just make the commitment that, look, I want you to put your tennis shoes on and don't put your spikes on. I'm not going to touch you today.
And Dino puts the ball in the air. Granderson will catch it. That's a good sign for the Orioles. The leadoff man is not on.
That is.
And Dino flies out. 0 for 5 in the ballgame for Robert. Nosey making his major league debut, working into his 3rd inning. Has worked his way out of all kinds of problems in this ballgame. The Orioles, bases loaded in the 11th, bases loaded in the 12th, 2 left on in the 13th. Felix Piet making the start in left field. Piet drives it to right field. It is way back. It is at the wall, but caught. Oh, mercy. Dickerson hauls it in.
Well, I said it last time around that he didn't have anything to get Piet out. And this time it's just a couple of feet short. Getting it done on fumes.
So 2 fly ball outs. Piet that close. Now Adam Jones, 2 singles in the ball game. He's 2 for 4 as a walk and a sacrifice. Adam hitting at 289 now, pumping the average up. And a strike on the outside corner. So we all settle back into our seats. Nosey with the 0-1 delivery. Jones will take it outside, 1-1. Esperanza in the Dominican Republic, his home. The Yankees signed him in 2004. All the years in the minors prior to this season. Here's the 1-1 delivery by Nosey, and that'll be fouled off the end of the bat. 1-2. He had real good numbers, 14.7, 3.2 ERA, 27 starts, single A at Tampa, then up to Trenton, and triple A at Scranton Wilkes-Barre all last year. We came through the system last season in a hurry after the first 5 years were spent in A-ball. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and that's outside to Jones. Doesn't look to be overpowering in any way, but seems to put a lot of confidence.
He throws some pretty good breaking balls, some not so good, a little inconsistent, but stuff overall has been pretty crisp.
2-ball, 2-strike count on Jones. 2 down, nobody on, 3-2 in the 14th inning. Nosey with a 3-2 delivery, and Jones will take it, and he's gone. And he's upset. 4 strikeouts for Hector Nosey. He's coming out of the bullpen. And that is the first extra inning in which the Orioles have not had somebody on base. It remains a 1-1 game. On we go. We go to the 15th inning. Accardo will stay on. Jeremy Accardo for the Orioles. He'll be working in his 3rd inning. He has not pitched more than 2 this year out of the bullpen. Goodly number of folks have hung on here, part of the 20,589 who have seen a strange game. The last of the Oriole relievers, Michael Gonzalez, up for the first time in the bullpen. Mark Teixeira. He will take it for a strike. Teixeira got a base hit in the 13th inning. He's had a walk. 1 for 5 in the ball game. The 0-1. That's going to be outside, 1-1. Just a second ago, little discussion, just in case.
Just in case. The old just in case.
Tillman, foul ball. That rode in on Teixeira and caught the bat.
Got it right in on the hands, off the label.
One ball, 2-strike delivery. Ricardo thought he might have had that, didn't get it.
With the 1-2 pitch. You've seen that called before.
And that'll miss down low. So a 3-ball, 2-strike count on Teixeira, leading off the 15th inning. Here's the 3-2, and he's going to put that one out to right. Marquez coming, will not get it. It's a base hit. Now the second hit of the ball game for Teixeira, and the leadoff man is on.
The dreaded leadoff man.
Dreaded leadoff man.
Which has not been so dreaded. What's that, 4 innings in a row they've had him on?
4 innings in a row in extra innings. Yankees with the leadoff man on have not scored.
Haven't scored for what, 10 innings now?
Oriole bullpen has thrown 7 innings of shutout ball so far. Here's A-Rod. And a pitch for a strike. Rodriguez, 3 singles in his first 3 at-bats. Since has hit into a double play, grounded out and struck out.
Yankees all singles?
No.
I think so.
You're absolutely right. 13 singles. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Well, that'll tell you why they've left 13 on base.
They're not used to 13 singles. Belt high down the middle. A-Rod right through it.
Well, the Orioles have had only 1 extra base hit, haven't they?
So what is that?
So they've had
23, 22 of the 23 hits in tonight's game. Singles?
Singles. Here's the 0-2 delivery, and that's going to be a base hit into left field. Teixeira's going to have to stop at second. Jones up. And Rodriguez has a 4-hit ball game, and again the Yankees 2 on and another base hit. Luke Scott's double in the second inning with 1 away is the only extra base hit in the ball game. And I think that's going to be it. The left-hander Gonzalez is warmed up. Cano is coming up, and Gonzalez will come in. So the Orioles will go to the last reliever on the pen here in the 15th inning.
Parents on the year, 0-1 record, very lofty ERA, approaching 9. 12 2/3 innings work, very lofty. 19 hits allowed and 5 walks added to that. A lot of base runners from Michael Gonzalez. 12 strikeouts. Bullpen been pretty outstanding tonight. Some of the guys have had some tough couple of weeks out of that bullpen. Pitched pretty well tonight.
Nobody out, runners at first and second. Top of the 15th inning, Robinson Cano. And he'll rip it to right. And that's going to fall in for a base hit. It'll go all the way to the wall. Teixeira will score. Rodriguez is right behind him. On his way to third is Cano. It'll be a triple, 2 RBIs. There's their extra base hit and a 3-1 lead.
Fastball up on the inside part of the plate, just driven into that right center field alley. Double dribble by Adam Jones, and A-Rod gets a nice read right on the tail of Teixeira. Scoring easily.
His second triple, RBIs 26 and 27. Here's Dickerson, and they're only going to give him a double. A double and 2 RBIs. They called an error on Jones, allowing him to reach third base. But there's the big hit each of these teams has been looking for.
First extra base hit.
One delivery. Oh, that caught him on the head. That hit the helmet of Dickerson.
Really something you never want to see. Been around the game too long.
Girardi was checking the helmet, I'm sure hoping for a mark.
Take a look at this pitch from Gonzalez.
And they have thrown Gonzalez out of the ball game. The Orioles don't have anybody left to pitch in the bullpen.
No, I mean, I just don't think that that's intentional. Mike Gonzalez, and we all know how wild he can get with his release point.
Tomorrow's starter, Jeremy Guthrie, is in the bullpen. And fortunately, Dickerson getting up.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not going to continue in this.
Has a cut over the left eye. Got a welt, boy. Look at that. He wants to stay in the game. Man. Whew.
I thought Girardi had called for a replacement, but I guess they're going to let him continue. I don't know if the helmet caused that abrasion or not. It's just, I think what Buck wants to know is about the intent. I mean, now he has to come up with certainly a pitcher that he does not want to use in this situation with the ejection of Gonzalez.
Guthrie is doing what he does when he starts a game. He's throwing long toss in the bullpen. You saw the signal by the home plate umpire, Dan Bellino, immediately throwing out Gonzalez.
And again, he's nowhere near ready. I mean, he's a starting pitcher. He's normally used to taking 12, 15 minutes of warm-ups. He's just in his long toss. And again, with the ejection of Gonzalez, really does put Buck Showalter in an awful situation. And here's the pitch. You got him on the sort of the bill of the cap, but leaning in. You always have to ducked his head. I'm just not sure how that abrasion got to the left side of his face. And then the quick ejection by the home plate. After that, he's not going to continue. I think they're wise.
That's
a very wise
smart
move.
Thing to do. So Dickerson will come out.
it used to be sort of a badge of honor to go down to first base and that sort of thing. I always disagree with it. I think you're doing the right thing.
Jorge Posada is asking, am I the one? And Jeremy Guthrie, who is supposed to start the game tomorrow, is coming in relief.
This is not the way, obviously with Gonzalez giving up a couple of runs, you would probably want him to finish off the inning and not have, Guthrie throwing at all. And it really does force Buck Showalter in a situation where he's using tomorrow's starter.
So when we saw Showalter talking to Brad Bergeson, he may have been telling him to go home, that you're going to be the starter tomorrow.
If we use Guthrie.
So there he is. He's still there, but.
Well, like I told you, you start going down the line. Once you get, this deeply into a game in the 15th inning, starters all of a sudden let's put your spikes on. We're not sure what we need. I think Buck is just. And I would have to agree with him. A little bit of a quick hook in Gonzalez. I think it was more of an emotional call by the home plate umpire. The chain reaction that has what it is caused. You can see both managers scrambling. Because in this case too, you got to worry about they got to go out in the field. Where how are you going to line up a team defensively? Yep. Sometimes you use everybody you can to get into this, and
Jorge Posada.
That's how to make close. I mean, Guthrie there. And again, this hasn't happened in a while where I've seen an ejection where a pitcher is getting as many as he wants after an ejection.
Yes. And fans getting to see how Jeremy warms up for a game. You don't get to see it very often. Jeremy throws long toss before games, and that's what he's doing. He's way behind the mound. And normally he would do that in the outfield in preparation for a start.
I mean, I guess to me that shows me what I like about Buck Showalter, the importance of a single game. He's trying to win this game tonight. He's going to worry about tomorrow, as Earl Weaver has said. And a lot of times I sort of see Buck being an Earl Weaver. We'll win tonight. It may rain tomorrow. And that's what I truly think. He's the best thing to come along here in Baltimore in quite some time.
So Gonzalez has a very tough 15th inning. He will be charged with 3 hits and a hit batter. Got nobody out. Girardi, he's coming out to ask about how much time he's going to get here. Well, maybe because he's trying to find somebody to run at first base.
I was to say, I got to put in somebody to first. Then I've got to go out, defensively in the bottom of the 15 and defend this inning. I'm not exactly sure what cards I have. And Jeremy Guthrie, you see his first relief appearance since 07, and really when we took Jeremy off the waiver wire, he started in the bullpen for about a month and was terrific at it. But again, he's been a starter ever since, and 8 starts, 1-6 with 398, a very unfair record for the run support. So maybe out of the bullpen, you'll hold him right here and score 4 or 5, or just enough to win in the bottom of the 15 and get him a win.
He's not the only one warming up. Jeter, who's been the DH, is warming up because he's probably going to go into play in the field. So he's taking the time to go out. He also throws long toss before every game and loosening up. I mean, real long toss. And that's what he's doing out there right now, trying to get ready, because apparently he's going to go in and play defense when we get to the bottom half of the inning. So Girardi, as Mike said, trying to figure out what is.
And A.J. Burnett looks like he's going to be the pinch runner. I'm sure A.J. was just sitting in there figuring, I got a night off. I'm just going to kick back. And I'm sure he's saying, hey, look, don't get hurt. So all kinds of, you'll see some things in this game before it's over. And who knows what's going to happen from here on out that you don't see every day.
So A.J. Burnett will be the pinch runner at first base. The Yankees have put 2 runs across on the 2 RBI double by Cano to take the 3-1 lead. Burnett will run. And we will go on with Gardner coming up. Gardner is going to make his 4th plate appearance since coming into the ball game late. He has taken an 0 for 2 on a sacrifice. There are runners at first and third with nobody out, 2 runs in. in the top of the 15th inning. Infield in, and Gardner will take it away for a ball. Jeremy Guthrie, first relief appearance since '07. And Jeremy making his 9th appearance of the year with that 1.6 record and the 3.98 ERA. Gardner will foul it back. So a ball game that is refused to end continues to go on. They'll try and cut that run off if it's a hard ground ball, and Cano doesn't have to go. He's over there at third base. See the infield drawn in. They don't want to allow another run if they can prevent it here. Runners at first and third. And Gardner, he's going to go to right field. Markakis over will make the catch, tagging up. Cano will score, and it is a 4-1 ball game. RBI for Gardner. And that is the first out of the inning. A.J. Burnett will stay at first base. Gardner gets his 10th run batted in. Here's Eduardo Nunez. Pops it up, shortstop. Hardy is back, and he's got it. 2 down. Russell Martin, the catcher, 2 singles and has popped out. Jeremy Accardo ends up being charged with the 2 runs and 2+ innings on 5 hits. As the first 2 runs are scored here, charged to him. Ground ball towards short, forced at second base. Cedino's got it, and that's the inning, but it's a big one. 7 came to the plate for the Yankees. Guthrie had to come out of the bullpen. The Yankees have a 4-1 lead. Right field for Dickerson, who was hit by that pitch and came out of the ball game. And Derek Jeter will move from his DH role to shortstop. In that half inning in the 15th, 1 unearned run. So the Yankees have had 2 unearned runs in the ball game, 2 of the 4. as they got 3 runs on 3 hits, an error, and a base runner left on in the 15th to take the lead. Ricardo charged with the 2 runs, 5 hits, 2+. Gonzalez threw only, did he throw just 2 pitches? 4 pitches.
Yep.
And was charged with a double and a hit batter and 1 run. So the Orioles, after battling back to tie the game up in the bottom of the 9th inning on a sacrifice fly by Guerrero at 1-1, now in the bottom of the 15th inning, find themselves down by a score of 4-1. Markakis, Snyder, and Scott will be due up. And the pitch will be taken, a strike. Nosey has done a heck of a job coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah, Major League debut, a very memorable one so far.
Working his 4th inning. The 0-1 delivery to Nick, and that's going to be looped into right field for a base hit. What the Orioles need. Got to get some runners on here in the 15th inning. And Nick starts it with a single. He's got a 2-hit ball game. Nick with a 4-game hit streak he extended earlier. And here is Snyder, who was just called up today and added to the roster just prior to the start of the game. So Brandon Snyder will stand in and get the at-bat. Snyder will take the pitch for a strike. He came on to run for Vladimir Guerrero in the DH position. So he is now the DH.
Be interesting to see tomorrow who starts and who catches.
Wow. That will be outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. There is David Robertson, who right now is, along with Jabber Chamberlain, the setup man with Soriano on the DL. Here's the 1-1 delivery taken. That misses. 2-1. We welcome you to a new day, and Brooksy, we hope you had a good birthday.
Yeah, a good day, and we have to go for a new this day in history.
Here's the 2-1 delivery, and that's outside. And Nosey may be tiring here. I mean, your Major League debut, you had all that adrenaline flowing early. Larry Rothschild's on the bullpen to check on David Robertson.
I almost think it's worse now that he has the lead. Before, you know, it was dead even, and now he's got a 3-run lead and smelling his first Major League victory. Now he's overthrowing some.
3-1 delivery to Snyder, and he walked him. And the Orioles get the potential tying run to the plate.
I know. Buck Showalter said it before. Sometimes you have to give up a run to get a couple. I don't think he would like to have given up 3. But that may have just sort of loosened up the offense.
Larry Rothschild has been to the mound almost as often as the pitchers.
He's kind of worn out those tennis shoes. David Robertson up in the bullpen. Has been a workhorse out of this bullpen for the Yankees. Another pitcher that Joe Girardi would have liked to have stayed away from today. And now with, again, the importance of this game to both clubs. A couple men on, has to get him up.
They're in the bottom of the 8th in Oakland. Here is Luke Scott. Scott had a double back in the 2nd inning. 1 for 6. 2 on. Nosey. That's going to go to left. Gardner with the speed gets in front of it. And there's the first out. Hit it hard. What a long night for Scott. Wieters has had 2 singles in 6 at-bats. They knew nothing about Nosey when he came in. Now they know everything about him.
Know too much about him.
And Wieters over the top of that one, trying to drive it in a strike.
Home run swing, tying run at the plate. All you want is a chance.
Matt has had 2 of his 4 home runs here. About the same on the road as home, 261, 269. 0-1 pitch to him. Wieters ground ball. That's going to go. Oh, my gosh. It hit the runner. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Brandon Snyder got hit by the ground ball. He is out. That was a base hit. Put out will probably go to the first baseman closest to the play. That is amazing.
Let's take a look. Teixeira not holding him on. Does appear to be destined for right field.
The fielder's choice for Wieters. Runners at first and second, but there are now 2 down. Wow. And Hardy takes it in the air to right field. Nunez is there, and this game is over. The Yankees have won it in 15 innings by a score of 4-1. And one heartbreak after another in this ball game for the Orioles. We will be back with you tonight. Game 2 of this 2-game set. CC Sabathia for the Yankees. We'll have to wait and see who's going to go for the Orioles. Our coverage begins at 6:30. Masson HDO's Extra, presented by Verizon 4G LTE. Our game at 7. For Mike Flanagan, our great crew here at Camden Yards, I'm Gary Thorne. What a night. 4-1 in 15, the Yankees win it. This has been a Masson presentation. Jim and Rick, O's Extra next. Adieu.